Alright, I am live. Gonna send out going live message, and then we'll get into case 2 of Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. Case 2. Clear up my browser. I always get too many tabs. They just keep accumulating. There we go. And as before, I will do my best to voice this. I don't know how far I will get in case 2. Unless it's really short, I probably won't finish it today. Because I'm not gonna go too long. Well, not as long as I sometimes do. I got things to do here. Got a new dryer coming in tomorrow, so I gotta prepare for that. Yippee! Anyway. Let's see. Okay, so the end of case 1. We saved the girl. I ship them now. Yeah, I don't know, there's not much to say there. So, I'm gonna load my save. I know I don't have to, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Continue from that save. Start of episode 2. Starts in the Imperial Academy kitchen. Valerie Annis. Kitchen staff, age 19, arcane art none. How are we going to get all this out on time? The myriad of empty plates laid around the kitchen filled Valerie with dread. It was almost time for breakfast, and soon the students would be upon them. Valentina quickly passed by her sister as she snatched a tray off the counter. Oh, twins. Okay, so Valerie and Valentina? Okay, they're gonna be hard to tell apart. She was jumping between multiple stations, but even then, each movement she made was quick and purposeful. The kitchen was a machine. Valentina just had to turn each gear single-handedly. But in her hands, it ran like clockwork. Most of the time. Wow, are you finished plating the smoked salmon? Right, sorry. Valerie stared at the excess assortment of food they'd prepared for the noble children. She grimly remembered the years she and her sister spent starving in an orphanage. Are they even going to eat all this? They won't. They'll taste a few of them and throw the rest out. Okay, so Valentina, also kitchen staff, 19, arcane art none. It still has to be perfect when it hits the cafeteria. Okay. Valerie watched as her sister lifted each of the croissant slices, measuring their width against her index finger. These slices are too thick. It's going to overpower the salmon. Does that really matter? I thought they really liked your croissants. Trust me, if the ratio is off, they will make sure we know. Some of these kids would have us executed for bad plating if they could. Before Valerie could respond, one of the kitchen timers went off. Valentina quickly rushed to the stove and began melting butter in a pot. About that, one of House Frega's attendants came by earlier. Valentina barely glanced away from the pot as she poured a bowl of eggs into it and began beating them. Her face tightened at the mention of Lady Frega. Her whisk moved slightly more violently. What does Miriam want now? He's asking for roasted peacock. For breakfast? He also wants honey-lacquered brioche bread topped with Arcane whipped cream and Ixian strawberries. It gets even better! Just grab me the normal stuff from the pantry when you can. You know that spoiled brat can't tell the difference. Here, stir these eggs for me. Valentina handed her sister the pot of scrambled eggs. Valerie's shoulders tensed. She was great with a knife, but her forays with the stove never ended well. What? But... The stove's on low heat. Just keep stirring. Okay. Valentina's mind was already on the next task. She entered the freezer and dragged out the butchered peacock. Luckily, they'd just received the meat shipment that morning. It hadn't fully frozen yet. She quickly tossed it onto the counter and began weaving cooking twine around its legs. Scaled Lord. These kids have no idea how good they have it. Valentina Iannis was the Imperial Academy's head chef, and patissier, brewer, butcher, and saucier. The staff that used to fulfill each of those roles were let go one by one, the work of Professor Bellwether and her disdain for the commoners. At first, the twins had welcomed the chance to cook for the children of nobles. The pay was astounding. But it wasn't long before they discovered why this kitchen had seen such a rapid turnover. Hey, you two. How's the breakfast going? Jan Hughes, custodian, age 36, arcane art none. The Academy's custodian trudged into the kitchen. His posture was heavy, and his eyes were half dead. Same as usual, Jan. How about you? Same as usual. Yeah? Valentina recalled the many times she'd caught Jan napping in the pantry. Oh, Jan. I packed some of last night's risotto on the counter. Wow, the eggs! Oh, right. Valentina grimaced as she looked over the pot of eggs. The liquid was no longer emulsified. It was still edible, but it wasn't perfect. Something below the Imperial Academy's self-imposed standards. Al, come on! We have to start over now. I only left them for a second. You two look busy. I'll just... I'm sorry. Valentina pressed her hands together, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. It's fine. Just help me prep the next batch while I grab the ingredients for Miriam's food. Okay, I'll... Oh, gods. Valentina saw her sister tense up. What was it now? Catherine's coming. She doesn't look happy. Are you serious? What is that prissy little... Hello, Miss Bellwether. Professor Bellwether. Catherine Bellwether. Professor, age 34, Arcane Art Illusion. What can I do for you today, Professor? Care to explain what this is? The professor presented Valentina with the Eggs Benedict that she'd personally prepared earlier. It looked perfect. It was exactly what she asked for, too. I'm sorry. Is there something wrong with your breakfast? These eggs are mushy and undercooked. There's no crisp to them at all. Those are poached eggs, Professor. Poached? You know, it's when you boil eggs in a pot of simmering water and... Boiled? Do you think this is whatever shelter Redmond plucked you out of? I won't swallow another piece of this rustic grime. I expect a meal befitting of the Imperial Academy. Do it right this time. Right away, Professor. Valentina thought of slapping that snooty attitude right off her face. It would be easy. She could have done it right at that moment. What did she have to lose? They were already planning on firing her anyway. But she took a breath. Nothing was worth drawing the ire of Bellwether's friends on the school board. Some professor. Who doesn't know what Eggs Benedict is? These stupid mages wouldn't know good food if it walked up to them and jumped down their throats. Case 2, The Walking Dead. Alright. Now we're with Tyrion and Celeste, it looks like. I'm sorry, Celeste. There's nowhere left to go. Wait, I think I have something. Celeste's eyes darted around the chessboard, scanning for a way to escape my attack. I could see her measuring every angle of retreat, but I'd been in this endgame plenty of times before. It was already over. Celeste, just surrender. She didn't respond. Her eyes continued to search for the exact piece she needed to move. There. What about that? I immediately moved my knight to respond. Checkmate. Damn it. Can I get a do-over? Professionals don't get do-overs. Would you two keep it down? We're in a library. My mentor's eyes were fixed on the chessboard between Celeste and me. Soon they went straight to me. We were just taking a break. A pretty short break, from the looks of it. Oh, so it's going to be like that? I suppose it's going to be like that. She's like, get a room, you two. The Imperial Library was supposedly one of the largest in Wyverngard. I'd never seen so many books. I honestly felt quite at home here. There was no noise and everyone kept to themselves. Aside from a few dirty looks from nearly everyone here, I was free to do my research in peace. Something strange had happened during Celeste's trial last week. That final moment with Pierce had awakened something new in me. I used the Eye of Horus in a way I'd never had before. I wasn't a mage. Miss Timora and I had confirmed as much when I failed to attune to a blank spell compendium. Which meant I couldn't learn arcane magic, but my ability must have been closely related to it. The Imperial Academy was a school for the most talented mages in Wyverngard. The library on campus supposedly held the kingdom's entire knowledge on magic. But with all the books I'd read, I still couldn't find a single mention of anything like the Eye of Horus. There weren't any arcane spells that could affect the mind, and everything I'd read today had just confirmed that. With all its resources, the kingdom has to have seen something like this. Are they hiding that information, even from the nobility? Are you sure you can't tell me what you're looking for? I've seen a lot when I was traveling outside Wyverngard. Maybe I can help. Celeste had a point, but Miss Timora didn't completely get along with her. I'm sure she'd have objections, and even if she didn't, my mentor had always been wary about letting people know about my Eye of Horus. It was a magical ability that didn't follow the rules of arcane magic. The biggest advantage of the Eye of Horus was that no one ever knew about it. Sorry, I can't. Fine. Aren't you supposed to be researching new spells? Oh, I'm almost finished. Already? You should really challenge yourself more, McCoy. Whatever, Ruby. Now why don't you tell me what you're looking for? They must be researching non-arcane magic. Oh my god! We're under attack. We nearly jumped out of our chairs as that girl appeared next to us. I even saw Celeste's hand twitch toward her sword. This girl must have been a student at the academy, but she didn't dress like the aristocrats here. Her expression was kind, but also blank in a way. It was impossible to read. There was something ethereal to her demeanor. It felt like I was speaking with a ghost. Her hands are bandaged. How long had she been standing there? I hadn't noticed her at all. She looked oddly familiar, too. Yes. I should apologize, but I overheard your conversation. As she approached our table, another student followed behind her. His eyes darted to each person at the table, like a rodent appraising every threat in the room. In contrast to the girl, he was as tightly wound as a violin. It looked like even the slightest sign of danger would send him scurrying away. Eris, you really shouldn't. I'm so sorry. Maybe if I apologize, they won't have us executed. It's fine, Wallace. Who are you two? Ah, that was incredibly rude of me. Most everyone calls me Eris Ilmater. Okay, Student 16, Arcane Art Illusion. Yeah, definitely just a normal student. Nothing wrong here. A mysterious and almost ethereal girl. It's hard to read what she's really thinking. I'm guilty to admit it, but I always feel a sense of dread whenever I'm around her. She seems nice. However, I just need to do a better job of checking my preconceptions. Oh, hey there, Jeremy. Season 2, Episode 1 of the story of Wand and Sword? Oh, okay. How was it? I haven't watched the first season yet. I might eventually. I don't know. I haven't really been watching much anime for a while. I need to go back and watch some. I still haven't watched ReZero season 3. I really want to do that. I just never feel like sitting down to watch anime though. Oh well, don't spoil it. Yeah, I was just wondering what you thought of it, but that doesn't mean spoilers. Okay.
This is Wallace Nightgrave. We're both students here.
No, I mean, I haven't watched season 1 yet. It is one that I was thinking of watching. Okay. Hi. Wallace Nightgrave. Student 16. A student at the Wyverngard Imperial Academy. He's extremely anxious and looks ready to flee at any moment's notice. He's very secretive about the type of magic he studies.
That was a private conversation, by the way. Researching unconventional forms of magic is actually a hobby of mine. I might be able to help you with your research, Mr. Cuthbert.
Wait, did we introduce ourselves? And actually, yeah, was I using my controller for this? Hey, Kento. How's it going? I saw you were doing some more Guild Wars 2 earlier. I was lurking. Saw you got at least one win. Nice, nice. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think we said our name.
And what makes you so sure that that is what we were researching? Your protege has a bad habit of muttering to himself when he thinks.
I see. Need a break playing games in? Getting burnt out. Yeah, I saw you did a few streams of that recently. I mean, it's not going anywhere, so... Yeah. Take breaks if you need to. Like, that's why I do a rotating schedule. Different games, different days. Freshen things up by playing something different. Oh, well, when anything robot related is exciting. I want to take a photo with all. Yeah. Oh boy. We love Welt. Oh. Nothing wrong here. Maybe the lights flickered a little bit.
I assumed that his research had something to do with magic that was unlike the arcane.
I felt a piercing side glance from Miss Timora. I just pretended not to notice. But anyways, I'd really appreciate your help. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Of course. I'd be happy to help.
What? Oh. She was about to say, wait, something. Okay, so is she rewriting reality, or is this illusion? Or, well, it could be mind control or something like that, along those lines. Oh, darn it, I'm dropping frames. Yeah, no, it's not just you. I just noticed I started to drop frames here. Alright, give this few, or give this a little bit here. Wait for things to stabilize. Maybe she glitched my internet. We can just chill to the smooth jazz. Why isn't finished? Okay, I think it might be fixed. Yep. Okay, I'm not dropping any more frames for now. Alright, let us continue. Yeah, so Ruby just got overwritten.
Fine. I suppose it wouldn't hurt. Just be more careful, Tyrion. Right.
Oh. Okay. Well, let's examine the room. The library was full of books. I'd been reading through them all morning. The globe of the world. It's amazing how many other nations there are aside from Wyverngard.
I've been to most of those places. You should come with me next time, Tyrion.
That was a nice thought. Maybe I could find some time to travel with her. There's a holy text of some sort. It must have been related to the Church of Bahamut. Oh. Okay. Guess that's all to examine for now. Oh wait, tables. There was a table for students to sit at. I'd been here with Celeste all morning. Okay. Oh. Harrison Wallace, Tyrion Celeste. Alright, Harrison Wallace. Are you two students at the Imperial Academy?
I'm currently taking classes here for the illusion program. Illusions? That's the kind of magic that lets you turn invisible, right? Technically, yes. But few mages ever reach that level. I'm a bit sad to admit that I'm not able to cast that arcane spell. That's still pretty cool. What about you, Wallace? Wallace has a unique field of study. Please don't ask him about it. Oh, okay.
Did she just, like, grab Wallace from somewhere random? Or is he actually her attendant or something, or friend? I don't know. Alright, Tyrion Celeste.
Rumors about you two have been floating around.
Really?
Many recognize you from the news articles about Miss McCoy's trial. Really? The students were surprised to see you two on the academy grounds this morning.
That made sense. In some ways, this school was a cornerstone of the nobility's power. This was the last place anyone would expect us to take an interest in, much less be permitted to enter. Luckily, Miss Timora had a lot of connections we could pull on.
I'm particularly surprised that you're still in Wyverngard, Miss McCoy. I'd figured the Crimson Demon would be off on another violent escapade.
Oh, the Crimson Demon.
Oh gods. The papers found out about that?
Crimson Demon?
Don't ask. Anyways, I'm working as Tyrion's personal mercenary now. Mercenary?
I'd prefer the term bodyguard. I'd successfully indicted Pierce in her trial, but that invited a lot of unwanted attention. It wasn't long before I found armed thugs suspiciously looming around my house. After what happened to Flintheart, Celeste wanted to stay closer to her mother. Steelwind even kept the teleportation circle from the investigation active for her. That was nice of her. Miss Tymora saw an opportunity to hire her as my bodyguard. I did get along really well with her after all. Yeah, I shipped them. It was nice to have someone to talk to while I was getting acquainted with being an attorney. It was also nice to have someone who could toss an armed thug with one arm. Okay. Unconventional magic.
Unconventional magic. One might wonder why you're researching such a thing. I want to know that too.
I'm sorry, but I can't really say.
There are many spells in this world, and new ones are always being developed. What makes you so certain that this magic isn't arcane?
The magic I'm looking into doesn't follow the conventions of arcane magic.
Oh? How so?
Well... I needed to tread carefully. Miss Tymora's glare agreed. It was cast by someone who's not a mage.
Oh, really? That implies that it was cast by a person. It wasn't something like artificery.
I flashed an apologetic look to my mentor.
That does remind me of a story.
A story?
Mr. Cuthbert, are you familiar with the legends about how Wyverngard was created?
You mean the story about the ancient dragons?
Dragons? I knew you'd find it interesting.
Alright, tell me more.
Are you talking about those stories told by the Church of Bahamut?
Technically, there's only ever mention of one ancient dragon, Rathalion, the Scaled Lord. Supposedly, the first mages were created centuries ago by him.
What? I never knew that.
In the year 10 BSB... What is BSB? Wyverngard was a small kingdom caught between two warring nations, Ixia to the east and Lumina to the west. With no way to protect themselves, this kingdom was on the brink of destruction. Its people prayed to Bahamut, the god of dragons, for salvation. And almost as if to answer their prayers, Rathalion, the last of the ancient dragons, appeared before them. He took pity on their plight and granted them the gift of magic. It was a weapon our greatest warriors wielded without equal. With arcane magic in hand, these warriors laid devastation upon our enemies. They didn't just stop the war. They joined the battle and single-handedly won it, taking large swaths of territory for themselves. With our nation protected and our power made known, these warriors went on to form the noble houses of today. Alright. Yeah, that romance we had in childhood friends.
What a load of nonsense. That story is nothing but religious propaganda created to prop up the noble houses. Regardless, the significance of this legend is in the Scaled Lord himself. Rathalion? He bestowed the power to become a mage on several individuals. And to this day, that power can only be passed through bloodlines. Can you think of an arcane spell that could reproduce something like that? No, I suppose not. Rathalion had powers that weren't bound by the conventions of the arcane arts. In other words, he could use magic that was distinct from the magic of today. Please, do you honestly expect us to believe a story like that?
That imply that did Tyrion have the blood of dragons, maybe? Possibility. The Otome domain? I'm seeing roles in girls' schools, reunions, crush executions. I don't know.
It's completely unrealistic. As unrealistic as a non-mage using magic.
He had a point. It was the closest thing I had to a lead right now. Oh, who dis?
Ah, of course, it's you lot making all this noise.
Oh, okay. It's Bellwether. One of the instructors of the academy approached us disdainfully. He looked like a woman of the aristocracy. Every bit of her demeanor carried that, from the stiffness of her posture to the condescending grimace on her face. She glared at each of us as if we were the most disgusting thing she had ever seen in her life.
Professor Bellwether.
Catherine Bellwether, professor, age 34, teaches magic at Wyvern Guard's Imperial Academy. She's quite abrasive to just about everyone. She seems to have a particular disdain for commoners.
That is Professor Bellwether to you? But he just called you. I knew letting you rabble into our walls would lead to nothing but trouble. You've even started associating with our malcontents. Wallace? Yes? How am I supposed to understand you when you're stuttering? Yes, Professor Bellwether. Straighten out your uniform and fix that awful hair. I know it's unreasonable to expect anything more from you, but try not to look like such a street urchin.
Wallace shrank away from the professor. He reacted like a scared and beaten animal. I could see Celeste's fist start to clench. She looked like she was about to toss the professor across the room. I flashed her a look. Any trouble we caused would just make things worse for Eris and Wallace.
As for the rest of you, your rowdy behavior is disrupting the other students. Leave. Now. Oh, please. The headmaster gave us express permission to be here. That may be, but the school board has placed the Imperial Library under my jurisdiction. I can remove anyone who disrupts the studies of our prized students. Why would you have authority over the library?
My apologies, Professor. We'll try to keep our volume lower.
I don't believe I was talking to you, boy. Know your place.
Oh, Tyrion, please tell me you feel threatened so I can defend you. I wanted to avoid a confrontation, but a part of me really wanted to see that. Yeah. Yeah, I feel that.
If you refuse to leave, I'll have no choice but to remove you myself. I'll have you know that I'm the most accomplished mage at this academy.
Oh, I really like her now. Okay.
Trust me, you'll find spellcasting difficult while someone's hitting you in the face.
Come at me, bitch. I'll wear you like a sweater. I definitely caught hints of Flintheart in her thoughts every so often.
I don't have to stand for this.
Growls like a rabid dog. Be best to keep my distance.
I was just on my way to speak with the headmaster. He will be hearing of this. Oh, so you're going to tell on us? I'm so scared.
Celeste, you're a little scary.
Aw, thank you.
I love Celeste so much.
Anyways, Wallace, you finished this week's assignment, haven't you? Would you mind entertaining Celeste while I aid Mr. Cuthbert? I don't know. Now that you mention it, I could really use some help learning a new spell formula. You know your way around here, right, Wallace?
Okay. I'll be discreet, Miss Timor.
Please do. I still have some business to take care of here. I'll leave you to it.
She was about to leave, but she stared at Eris warily.
Is something wrong, Ruby?
I guess Celeste did call her Ruby before, but... But she's speaking first name as if she's familiar.
No, not at all.
I spent the next few hours searching through the library's books with Eris. I hadn't thought to look into the ancient dragons. The library had religious texts about them in abundance. There was one problem, though. These texts read more like myths than real historical documents.
It can't be helped. The Church of Bahamut has far too much influence in Wyverngard. To them, history is a narrative to be embellished rather than something to be preserved. The bones of dragons are displayed in Wyverngard's museums. Without those, most would have no evidence that they even existed.
You know, I almost wonder if it's possible she's a dragon. Except for Rathalion, possibly. According to these legends, dragons can't die of old age. Presumably, he'd still be alive. And she's not Rathalion, right?
I wouldn't be surprised. Despite everything, the kingdom includes him in our constitution.
Wait, really?
As the savior of our kingdom, he and his kin were given an honorary position in our kingdom. The Scaled Lord made Wyverngard what it is today. He was given authority that befits such a legacy.
How have I never heard of this before? I've memorized all of Wyverngard's laws.
Practically speaking, it's never been invoked. It's merely a law spun of reverent words to praise the Scaled Lord and appease the Church.
I was so stuck in my own thoughts that I'd accidentally walked face first into a bookshelf. The shelf slowly began to tip, and I had to catch it before it knocked over the other shelves like a set of dominoes. Huh? Several books fell out of it as I slowly set the shelf back in place. They hit the ground with a cacophony of thuds. Some students glanced over at me, annoyed by the noise. I really hoped Bellwether wasn't still around to see that. Be quiet. I wasn't sure where the voice was coming from, but it sounded annoyed. Sorry. Be quiet! Eris giggled to herself as she watched me flounder around. Hey, are you okay? We heard a loud noise and... Oh. The two of them scanned over the pile of fallen books around me. What did you do? That smug look. That's not important. Can you help me clean this up? There's no need for that. Wallace, can you call over the construct? Why do you always make me do it? Please? Construct, I require assistance. Acknowledged. Arcane construct. Okay. What is that? Upon Wallace's command, one of the nearby suits of armor suddenly sprang to life and marched towards us. The voice coming from it sounded like a woman's, but it lacked any emotion. I could have sworn that I'd heard its voice before. Huh? Where would he have heard it before? Oh, I thought those things were just decorative. This is an arcane construct. It's a suit of armor brought to life using artificery. They're designed to carry out various tasks on campus. Suits of armor animated using artificery. They can carry out simple tasks when ordered to. The ones in the Imperial Academy speak using the voice of Catherine Bellwether. Oh. Bruh. These voice lines can only be changed or adjusted by the Academy Headmaster. Every command given to a construct is stored in its command log. However, this command log must be cleared regularly. I feel like this is going to be an important part of whatever this case is about. Really? I didn't know artificery had come that far. They're still experimental. They aren't available to the public yet. House Von Sanctus is using the Academy as a testing ground for them. Something that strikes me as possibly odd? I just thought of it. I don't think Miss Bellwether acknowledged Eris at all when she was here. I don't know if I can go back that far. No, I don't think so. Construct, can you please put these books back where they belong? Acknowledged. You're so polite to them. You know they're just machines, don't you? They're really helpful. It just feels wrong to be rude to them. The construct jumped straight into its task, its metallic hands moving with a quick yet delicate precision. It wasn't long before all the books were back exactly where they belonged.
So they do whatever you tell them to? There are some limits to... Construct, tell me that I'm the fairest maiden you've ever seen.
Command rejected.
Aww, what?
I guess they're not able to lie. Bruh. It's been nice knowing you, Tyrion.
Watch it, Cuthbert. The construct's voice is an amalgam of pre-recorded phrases. I'm not sure if you noticed, but it uses the voice of Professor Bellwether. Ah, I knew there was something wrong with it. Unfortunately, you can't make them say anything other than basic responses. Only the headmaster can change those settings.
I've heard of artificery recording audio, but to think they could process and respond to what I'm saying. I've never seen anything like it.
But you just said they're experimental, right? Maybe I can find a way to trick it into doing what I want. I'd advise against that. We've had several instances of students using them to play pranks. Even if your commands are rejected, they're still stored in the construct's logs. And weren't you researching spells with Wallace? Oh, that? I'm already done. I've just been reading Death at Daggerfall. Did you know they have the unpublished manuscript of the newest book? Those books were apparently her favorite series of murder mysteries. She'd been recommending them to me for the entire week. And by recommending, I meant she'd been leaving those books around my house. I think at one point she'd somehow snuck them into Miss Timora's office. I really got an earful from my mentor about that one. There's no possible way you're already done learning those new spells. We've only been here a few hours. Yeah, you want to bet?
Sure, show me your spell compendium.
What? No.
Can't tell me yet, I want it to be a surprise. Oh. I didn't catch any lies through the Eye of Horus. Was she really telling the truth? I never actually knew the process for learning new spells. That's a good point. How do they learn new spells? I just knew that it involved becoming familiar with unique spell formulas. She was fidgeting a lot when we were reading together this morning. She basically forced me into taking a break to play chess with her. If you were in the fiction section, did you get a chance to read Wraithbound?
This again?
It's a great series, Celeste. The best series I've ever read. Even after nearly a century, those books had aged like fine wine. Hey there, Octavia. How's it going?
Look, Tyrion, I'm sorry, but I just can't get into it. The whole thing just feels so hammy and unrealistic.
Come on. It's a classic story of good versus evil. Warren Bloomvale is a literary genius. Good? Excellent. Maybe I needed to start leaving my copies of Wraithbound in the McCoy Tavern. I like how they have this passive-aggressive recommendation war. Oh boy.
Look, I'm just not into the fantasy genre.
Those books are terrible anyway. Oh. Oh. Get wrecked. But also oof.
What? I should get back to work. Scaled Lord, did I say that out loud?
Tyrion, please. Like, He just randomly responds to something somebody said in their mind. I don't think he did that in the last case, so why did this, of all things, cause him to lose composure? Feeling insulted. I guess he really takes those books seriously.
Well, let's go, Celeste. Okay. Let's keep going, Eris. I had no intention of letting Celeste get ahead of me. I read more and more about the ancient dragons. I looked at anything I could get my hands on. Historical accounts, religious texts, even folk tales. But after finding the 12th embellished story about a dragon fighting a knight, I was starting to lose hope. This most recent story was the worst. It read like the fantasy novels I usually read, but even I had a limit. At this point, I felt like one of those arcane constructs, hollowly reading out the words of yet another myth to myself. Who said it'd probably meet the president of chapter 4 or 5? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I just sort of assumed that, like you said, it picks up at like chapter 4, I think. And I was thinking, oh, does that imply that the person doesn't find us until like chapter 4? Yeah. Lamau. Little did I know. The dragon awoke with a rumble, hot steam pouring from its mouth. The knight responded in kind, drawing his steel and charging forward. But the dragon had his own weapon. He used his Eye of Bahamut to... Oh. Eye of Bahamut. My dull, rhythmic dictation broke when I read that line. I straightened out in my chair and inspected each subsequent line carefully. He used his Eye of Bahamut to call upon the power of radiance to pierce through the knight's soul. Not a single thought was concealed from his gaze. So either he's wrong about it being the Eye of Horus, or Bahamut is actually Horus. Interesting. The knight's thoughts, even his emotions, were laid bare before the scaled giant. Bahamut, though? Wasn't there only one Bahamut? Like, there's possibly multiple dragons, but only one Bahamut or something? Or like, I thought Bahamut was that dragon's name. That description sounded eerily familiar. Oh. Oh, I see. Which Bahamut? Yeah, the Bahamut of friendship. No, I think this is the Bahamut of light. I don't know, does he use radiance to attack the knight? I don't know. It's definitely not the Bahamut of candy. Bahamut of truth, yeah. I'd named my ability the Eye of Horus when I was a child. At the time, I was just copying one of my childhood friends. Oh, he named the Eye of Horus. So then it's probably the Eye of Bahamut. Well then, yeah, does that mean he has dragon blood? Interesting. But was I actually using this Eye of Bahamut? Honestly, Eye of Horus fits better. You just like that better because you named it. Ah, the Eye of Bahamut. Ah. I jumped out of my seat again. How did she always sneak up on me like that?
do you know about this Eye of Bahamut? This is the first time I've seen it mentioned.
Ah. Legends say that the Eye of Bahamut holds the power to mimic the radiance of the celestial gods.
I wonder if he'll be able to use more magic. Or if he's just going to be stuck with that aspect of the Eye of Bahamut. I mean, it did evolve once already. So it's possible. The Celestial Gods? Are they anything like the Scaled Lord?
Not quite, and I doubt you'd find anything about them here.
The Eye of Bahamut mimics the radiance of the gods. Does that mean the dragon in this story is mimicking magic related to these Celestials?
Unfortunately, knowledge of them is quite scarce in Wyverngard. Even mentioning the Celestials could very well tie a noose around your neck.
Oh.
It's forbidden to possess any texts that even whisper their names.
So then how is this book here? Did it get overlooked? The kingdom must have been suppressing knowledge of religions other than the Scaled Lord. No wonder I couldn't find any information here. Was this whole morning a colossal waste of time? Well, no. Because now you know about the Celestials and the Eye of Bahamut. No, this was still a lead. If I couldn't read about the Celestial Gods here, I just have to look somewhere else. Miss Tymora had a lot of connections. I'm not sure if she'd condone the risk of buying illegal books, though. Suddenly, a low-pitched thrum thundered across the room. It was unnaturally loud. It must have been produced by some sort of magic. What?
What is that?
Were you messing around with the arcane constructs?
What? No. I mean, only a little. I didn't expect that to trip anything.
Celeste, what did you do?
It finally stopped.
Eris, wasn't that the lockdown?
Yes, I believe so.
Lockdown? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, bitch, I'll wear you like a sleep. Yes, I took a screenshot of that. Or, yeah, I'll wear you like a sweater. That was hilarious. Classic.
The Academy is outfitted with a large artificery system. In a state of emergency, it will erect magical barriers throughout the building.
State of emergency? Should we be worried?
Don't worry. The lockdown is designed to keep everyone sequestered. We're safe from most threats as long as those barriers stay up.
But Miss Tymora, wasn't she still on campus?
I'm terribly sorry.
A disembodied voice cut through the anxious murmurs of the students in the library.
Students and faculty, please remain calm. There's been an attack in one of the lecture halls.
What?
Please stay where you are and wait for the City Watch to arrive. We have to get out of here.
Okay. Yeah.
What? Tyrion, no. That's the last thing we should do.
I ran toward the library entrance. My body crashed into the door. Didn't budge at all. I desperately pushed and pulled at the handle, trying to wrench the door open.
Tyrion, stop that!
But, Miss Tymora...
I know that you're worried about her, but it's not safe out there. Look, the best thing we can do right now is stay here and wait until the lockdown is over.
Yeah, she's serious about this.
I knew she was right, but I just couldn't stand here and do nothing. I began kicking the door handle, but my foot was repelled by the low hum of magical energy. It didn't move at all.
I have a feeling you'll want to be in here anyway. I'm gonna guess the victim and the scenario. I'm gonna guess the victim is Miss Bellwether in the lecture hall with a candlestick and Clue reference. And it's probably gonna be Miss Timora, the defendant. Yeah, Miss Bitch.
Celeste's hand rested on the hilt of her sword. Her eyes slowly scanned our surroundings. The other students watched her fearfully. No one dared to come near us.
Yeah, I guess she's in mercenary mode now.
Celeste, I think you can calm down. They said the attack was in the lecture halls. She answered him without breaking her glare. We don't know what's happening, and it's my job to keep Tyrion safe. She also calmed me down earlier. It was easy to forget sometimes, but she was really vigilant when it counted.
Yeah, normally she's just a goober.
What? Students and faculty, thank you for your patience. The Knights have secured the building. The lockdown has been lifted. However, please remain in the building until... He was barely finished with his announcement before I was out the door. Tyrion? Hey, don't go off on your own. I desperately ran through the academy hallways. Oh, no. Miss Timora? Miss Timora, where are you? I was running blindly. My breath was haggard. My heart was racing. Dread was creeping inside me with each passing moment. I didn't even know where I was going. Cuthbert?
Oh, there she is. Okay. She's not the one that's been murdered.
What's wrong? Why are you shouting? Miss Timora? Are you okay? You're breathing... Relief washed away my anxiety. I just embraced my mentor tightly. He'd always demanded I keep a professional distance from her, but despite myself, I was just relieved she was safe. Tyrion, there you are. And you're crying? Cuthbert, you're hurting me. Sorry. I let go of her and tried to stifle my tears. We heard the announcement. Are you okay, Ruby? I am, but... Miss Timora glanced at Wallace. She slowly put herself between us. For now, I think we should head to the foyer. We arrived at the foyer. The academy was swarmed with a legion of familiar knights. The Inquisition? Don't tell me. They mentioned that there was an attack on campus. They must have used magic.
Hey, you there! It's Orem.
Well, yeah, if it's... Well...
If they used magic, that would explain why the knights are here, because they respond to magic. But I also imagine the school could have like a hotline to the knights or something. So as soon as the body was found, they'd rush here. But if it was with magic, Oh, wait, I forget. Can Miss Timora use magic? No, she has no arcane art. Yeah, I didn't think so. As we came into the foyer, the commander marched toward us. But his attention wasn't focused on Celeste this time. Huh? Wallace Nightgrave, by the authority of the Wyvern Guard Crown, I'm placing you under arrest. Huh? Oh, okay. He's the suspect. Well, then I wonder if the murder was done by a construct? It has something to do with... He's always the one commanding the construct. Well, this is about a necromancer. Or the case is supposed to be... Okay, and he has an unconventional study. He was with us in the library, I think. I don't think he left at any point. But if he is a necromancer, he could probably have something work like a construct outside of the library while he's inside. Alright. Before Wallace could react, Orem grabbed him by the wrist and began dragging him away. Hey, what are you doing? You three? The hell are you doing here? You said he was under arrest? On what charges? The charge of first-degree murder. This damn mage killed Catherine Bellwether. Alright, I was right about the victim. Like, everybody hates her. So, I figured it's probably gonna be her. What? Celeste grabbed the commander's arm and wrenched him off of Wallace. Orem showed no resistance, clearly remembering what happened during her arrest last week. Like hell you're arresting him. He was with us in the library the entire morning. There's no way he could have murdered her. Step aside, Celeste. What? No, Miss Timora is right. If Wallace is a suspect, we can't legally stop the Inquisition from arresting him. It'd be best for you to go with them, Wallace. I'm sure we can get all this sorted out. I could only watch as the Inquisition dragged him away. My apologies. I'm going to accompany him. I can't believe this. They arrested him even though he was in a different room. This school is filled with plenty of mages. There has to be a longer list of suspects. What do we do now? Let's head to the lecture halls. That's where the murder must have taken place. Cuthbert. Yes? He hasn't accepted you as his attorney. You don't even know if you'll be working this case. But I know that he's innocent. She looked like she was about to reprimand me, but she just let out a defeated sigh. Just remember that being an attorney is your job. Our law firm isn't a charity. If you overextend yourself, I'm not going to pay your rent for you. Right. I have another appointment in the city. Can you two take it from here? Yes, of course. All right, let's go, Celeste. Oh, I've been waiting for our first case. Celeste, Wallace was just arrested. Be respectful. Right. Sorry. I was reluctant to admit that I was just as excited as she was. Alright. A few hours had passed since Wallace was arrested. Celeste and I were with him during the lockdown, so the Inquisition took our statements. But the more they questioned me, the more I could tell that they were looking for gaps in my testimony. We would need to do more if we wanted to establish an alibi for Wallace.
They definitely know how to waste a lot of time.
They know who we are now. We'll have to expect more interference from them in the future.
Hey, Tyrion?
Yeah?
Are you okay? I'm sorry for stopping you before. I know you were just worried about Ruby.
No, you were completely right. I was just being emotional.
You really care about her, don't you?
She's done a lot for me. If it weren't for her, I would have grown up on the streets.
Oh, really? It's just...
What is it?
Don't you think the way she treats you is a bit cold sometimes?
It's only for my benefit. I need to be the best attorney I can be if I want to acquit my clients.
Still, she's your guardian, isn't she? She could be nicer to you.
She's never been good at expressing emotions. I think something may have happened in the past, but I've never tried to pry. But I know for a fact that she cares for me. I've seen it many times.
Yeah, I guess my dad was the same in a way. I guess people show love in different ways.
I know you didn't get the best first impression of her, but I hope you can get along with her.
I'll try, but only because I really like this job.
We started to call her Ruby. Tyrion was looking for somebody still this time or? Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess he sees her as almost a mother figure. So I guess that's probably why he's hesitant about calling her by her first name.
Really? Yeah, you're the best client I've ever had, Tyrion.
I see. That's good to hear. He was probably just saying that. I'm sure she told every one of her clients the same thing. Darn it, my guy. So dense. Anyways, we should get to work.
Right. Ruby said that a bunch of knights were heading to Lecture Hall 2B. That sounds like a good place to start.
Oh. Okay. Well, let's examine the hall. There's a statue. A statue of some sort of scientist. There's some writing below it. Gillian Chemnitz, the inventor of early artificery.
Artificery is really impressive, isn't it? It lets anyone use magic without having noble blood.
Although the expenses of owning artificery presented their own barrier.
This statue's kind of weird, though. It kind of looks like he doesn't even want to be here.
Huh? I mean, I don't know if that's an important point or if it's just like when he was being modeled. Maybe he's like, bruh, how long do I have to stand here? I got better things to do. Okay, there's a painting of a man with some sort of creature on his arm. Dr. Delbert Tafros. Mage, historian, archaeologist, anthropologist, and botanist. Best known for his work in studying the history of the ancient dragons. Oh. Through his work, great leaps were made in the study and development of the school of evocation. On his arm is one of the last pseudo-dragons, which are now extinct. We've got painting of a professor with some kind of magical tool. There's some text under it. Dr. Paul Vuorella, also known as the Archaeologist of the North. He spent many years studying and exploring the mountainous regions of Chardalon, and through his investigation, he came upon one of the many lairs of the Scaled Lord. He was honored both by the Church and the Wyverngard Historical Society for this impressive discovery. Okay, I guess that's all here. Talk? The investigation. I hope Wallace is okay. The Inquisition isn't exactly great at treating its prisoners well. Even as an attorney, there's only so much I could do. Until I could acquit Wallace, he would be stuck in that dungeon. Let's head to Lecture Hall 2B. We need to figure out what happened. Hey, have you seen this shiny attorney's runestone? It's great. I love it. Okay. It's my attorney's runestone, Celeste. Oh my goodness. It proves that I'm a certified attorney. Yeah, you've shown this thing to me before. It's fitted with artificery. I can use it to take pictures of evidence in crime scenes. Yes, it's very cool, Tyrion. Okay, but have you seen my runestone? Alright, next lead. I still cannot get over that. Just imagining him as, like, wearing one of those whirligig hats with a giant lollipop in his hand. Oh my god, look at my runestone. Where should we go next? The first thing we need to do is find out exactly what happened. Miss Tymora said that the body was found in Lecture Hall 2B. Let's start our investigation there. Okay, okay, that's all I can do here. Go to the hallway or the classroom. I'm gonna stop by the hallway. Lecture Hall 2F. 2D. 2B, if where Bellwether's body was found. Storage closet. Nothing of note inside it. Lecture Hall 2H. Nothing on the ground. Okay. Oh, I can go to the dungeons as well. I mean, before I go into the classroom, should I maybe stop by the dungeon? Oh no, he's probably still being interrogated. Yeah, I looked around the dungeon, but I didn't see Wallace in any of the cells. I mean, I know I'm supposed to go to the classroom, but I feel like it'd be better to, like, actually become his attorney first. The Inquisition is probably still questioning him. We should come back later. Lit torches were hanging on cell walls. A bit irresponsible, yeah. Pretty much the same as when Celeste was here. Steel door. Magical mechanism covered by a steel box, placed over the lock. Oh, they probably noticed that Celeste broke the lock the last time she was here. Huh. I didn't realize she actually broke it. I know there was a dent in it, but I didn't know it was actually fully broken. The cell had a barred window. The bars were rusted. The prisoner tried to escape. It would be a 3-story drop. Okay. To the classroom, finally. Hey, stop right there. As we tried to enter the classroom, one of the Inquisition knights stepped between us and the door. He tried to make himself look bigger, but I could see him falter when he recognized Celeste. I'm a defense attorney. We have a right to investigate the crime scene. I mean, but you're not his defense attorney. Yeah? From what I've heard, the kid doesn't have an attorney yet. Right. I still needed to talk to Wallace about that. I doubted Wallace had another attorney in mind, but I would have less jurisdiction until he made it official. Oh, Steelwind.
It's quite all right. Let them in.
Lady Steelwind?
What have I told you about calling me that? While you work under me, you will address me as Prosecutor Steelwind.
Yes, Prosecutor Steelwind.
Ah, what's that smell?
As we entered the classroom, a sour and rancid odor blew over us. My eyes began to tear up. I had to take a handkerchief from my pocket to cover my nose.
Don't worry. You'll eventually get used to it.
What are you even doing here, Steelwind? Oh, hey there, Daze.
I'm here to coordinate the investigation.
I looked around the room. There wasn't a single Inquisition knight to be found. It was only her. Was she investigating the crime scene by herself?
Due to the circumstances, I've decided to handle this case personally.
Since we got you here, could we ask you some questions about what happened?
Can I assume that you're planning to defend this case? That would make you my opponent. What do I have to gain from helping you?
Right.
However, I would be willing to answer your questions, but only if you answer some of mine as well.
Oh, okay. Did she want to ask us about Wallace's alibi? First off, oh. What?
Oh, Tyrion, I almost forgot. Let me show you one of the new spells I learned.
Arcane.
Oh. What was that?
That is the incantation for the Detect Magic spell.
Detect magic? Wait, does that mean...
Yep, I can see magical traces while we're examining crime scenes.
Okay. There's a chalk outline where the professor's body was. It appears that most of this blood came from her abdomen. Is that where the fatal wound was? There's a lot of blood in this puddle, but there's no trail leading to it. Well, then I would guess... That's That's probably not the fatal wound, then. There aren't any magical traces anywhere else in the room. I doubt the murderer used magic to clean it.
Does that mean the murderer attacked her in this room?
Maybe, but it's hard to say for certain. Bloodstain under the body. Full blood where Catherine Bellwether's body was. Location implies she bled from her abdominal area. Well, I mean, she could have fallen over. That wouldn't really leave a trail. It'd still pool the blood around her and cover that up. I mean, if you fall over, there'd be a slight amount of movement. But if it's a giant blood puddle, that could cover it. Okay. The lecture hall has a window. I feel like I'd just stare outside all day if I had to sit in this place. How long do they have to sit here anyway? Lectures here last for an hour at minimum. An hour? No wonder all the nobles are such psychopaths. Present company excluded, I hope. Yeah, you're not that bad, are you? How have you learned so many spells if you're so distractible? I don't know. I just look at the spell formula and do it. I see. Is that not normal? Well, she only knows 2 spells, right? Hold up. Well, I don't want to present. Can I check? Okay. Well, I can't see her book. So yeah. Oh, but as far as we know, she only knows 2 spells. This must be where the students sit during lectures. I can't imagine sitting here in one place all day. Have you never attended a school before? Do you seriously think a dump like Cornhaven has standardized education? I learned from books that I... He glanced at Steelwind before finishing that thought. I learned from books that I appropriated from some traveling merchants. What about you? I attended a public school when I was younger, but Miss Tymora handled most of my education herself. The painting of some sort of musician. There's some text written below it. Dr. Nicholas Gosso, or Gosu, inventor of the Arcane engine. His work revolutionized trade and travel across the seas. He was well known for not discriminating between the common folk and the nobility, judging his assistants based purely on their merit. When he wasn't conducting research within the Imperial Academy, he was known to compose symphonies in his free time. Sounded like he was a man of many talents. Oh, they have books here too. These appear to be textbooks about alchemy. Aw, lame. Bruh. Alright, I think I looked over everything normally. Detect magic.
Preparing Arcanum.
What? What's wrong? There's a trace of necromancy in in Bellwether's blood. Oh? Necromancy? Isn't necromancy the type of magic that creates zombies? She's not just going to get up and walk away, right? We're honestly not sure. The Inquisition is on edge about that as well.
But how does that implicate Wallace?
Oh, he didn't tell you? Wallace Nightgrave is a necromancer. What? We believe that he drained her life force using a spell called Necrotic Blight.
Incantation, Blighto. Duration, instant, concentration, no. Pulls all of the life energy from the target, resulting in instant death. What the heck? That's OP. The spell does not wound the target, nor does it leave any physical evidence, but it still leaves a magical trace. Okay, so the question is, if they were already dead, why would you need to stab them? Because the knights could surely find that there's a trace of necromancy. It definitely feels more like the necromancy was used to cover up the stab wound.
Spells like that tend to interfere with the divination spell we use to identify the cause of death. However, there were no visible wounds. Only a necromancy spell could have killed her.
Unless... what if they're both red herrings? They detect magic, but what about, like, poison? And then necromancy could have been used to cover up the actual cause of death. It's still possible she was stabbed. Well, there's no murder weapon. Okay. Do you have a copy of the autopsy report?
Of course, but it's incomplete because of the aforementioned reasons.
Died at 2:01 p.m. Body shows no signs of cuts or bruising. The alchemist report has verified that death was not caused by poison or disease. Oh, okay. Not caused by poison or disease. But the body shows no signs of cuts or bruising? But then where'd the blood come from? Body shows traces of necromancy and illusion magic. Cause of death is not apparent, but very likely caused by necromancy magic. Well... Bellwether used illusion, didn't she? Okay. I think it was illusion?
This whole ordeal has put everyone on edge. This is the first case of necrotic homicide we've had in nearly a century.
I couldn't believe it. I'd only read about necromancy in fantasy novels. Never imagined that I'd end up defending a necromancer. But if what you're saying is true, weren't there plenty of other mages who could use necromancy? This is an academy for mages, after all.
No. The knowledge required to learn necromancy is heavily controlled. Mr. Nightgrave had already violated several laws simply by learning these spells. I'm baffled as to how he even got access to that knowledge in the first place. Right. Necromancy sounded like some dark magic, even by the nobility's standards. I'd be terrified to know why anyone would want to learn that type of magic. The fact that he was the only known student who knew these spells makes him our only suspect. It's still too convenient. Something else is happening, yeah. I seldom caught thoughts from Steelwind, and they usually only appeared when someone brought up her father. He was usually very composed, and I still didn't see a hint of that uneasiness in her posture. Normally, I could only see thoughts when the target was stressed or excited. Something about this case must have rattled her. There's something you're not telling us, Steelwind? The eye couldn't catch any more thoughts from her. Alright. Questions for us? Miss McCoy, it's my understanding that you were adopted. Would you happen to know who your biological parents are? Celeste tensed and shifted uncomfortably. That's kind of personal, isn't it? You agreed to answer my questions. I did, but I didn't think you meant... It's fine, Tyrion. It's for Wallace. She took a breath. This had always been a sore subject for her. I don't know who my birth parents are. I've never tried looking for them. Yeah, but it's probably the previous noble that killed her father. Can't remember his name. I see. If I recall correctly, your spell compendium only contained one spell. How did you learn Mage Blade in the first place? I bought a scroll from a merchant a few years ago. It had Mage Blade's spell formula on it. But surely someone taught you how to cast it. Nope, I'm self-taught. Steelwind's eyes narrowed. He was being unusually interrogative about this. You can't teach yourself magic, Miss McCoy. That's not possible. Well, I did. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Hey, I've got a system, okay? I even learned a few new spells today. I'm sorry, spells? As in plural? Yeah, I'd like to think I'm pretty good at this. Oh. So she learned more than one. How long did it take you to learn those spells? A few hours, I think. She taught herself multiple spell formulas within a few hours? I see. I think that's all I need to ask for now. Thank you, Miss McCoy. Okay. Steelwind looked like she was deep in thought. Why was she so interested in Celeste's magic? The murderer. Do you know what happened here, Steelwind? Well, the City Watch received a call from the Academy. They reported an attack on campus grounds and put the entire building on lockdown. The City Watch set up a perimeter around the building while they waited for the system to deactivate. They had to wait? Why didn't the Academy just deactivate the system manually? I'm not sure about the specifics, but supposedly the lockdown can't be shut down once triggered. It's a safety mechanism. You'll have to ask one of the Academy's admins if you want to know more.
Wait a minute. I just realized the drain life spell is instant. It kills the target instantly. So that, well, unless you can cast that through something else, like through a minion or something. Alright. From what I've heard, you two were also present during the lockdown. Did either of you see anything suspicious? No, but we actually met the professor that morning. She was obviously still alive then. I see. That does match with the accounts from our other witnesses. She must have gone to her meeting with the headmaster afterward. She had a meeting with the headmaster? How long did this go on for? From 12 p.m. to 1 p.m., about an hour before her death. If the headmaster met with Bellwether, he might have known where she went after the meeting. Would you happen to have a map of the academy? I do. I'll transfer it to your runestone. What is it? There's only one direct path from the headmaster's office to this lecture hall. Why would she even enter the lecture hall in the first place? Did she die here, or was she murdered somewhere else? By the way, have you seen my runestone? An attorney's runestone. I have one of these myself. They're useful, aren't they? The note-taking and picture functions save so much time during these investigations. They're really a marvel of artificery. You'll see a lot of these among the nobility. Why would nobles need to store evidence? They have other uses, Mr. Cuthbert. Uh-huh. Okay, rancid smell. That smell is driving me crazy. What is that? There was a bit of an accident during an alchemy lecture a few days ago. The instructor misread the directions for an experiment. As a result, he accidentally produced this rancid-smelling vapor. Vapor? It's not toxic, is it? I wouldn't be standing here if it were. It's just extremely unpleasant to the senses. They temporarily closed this lecture hall until they could get rid of the smell. House Steelwind actually used a similar concoction during the Great Luminite War. See? This is why I stick to transmutation magic. Miss McCoy, alchemy is a branch of transmutation. What? I could have been making potions this entire time. Oh. Foul classroom smell. Weeks ago, the headmaster performed an alchemy experiment incorrectly. Headmaster. The resulting chemical reaction produced a rancid yet harmless vapor that still lingers in the room. Okay. How was the body discovered? 2 members of the kitchen staff spotted her body inside this classroom. Okay, so that's where they come in. But why were they here? They reported the situation to the campus admin while they attempted to save her life.
but it was too late. The professor had already passed away long before any healers arrived. Those two staff members, who were they? Valentina and Valerie Iannis. They're sisters. How are they holding up? I imagine they'd be rattled after discovering the body of their coworker. From what Orem said, they were extremely tense during questioning, but I suppose that's to be expected. He told me that they couldn't sit still. He found it difficult to take their statements because of that.
Well, they just got a whole lot more sus. They did not have any arcane art. But what if they kept it hidden? They couldn't sit still?
Well, he's always making excuses for his incompetence.
Who discovered the body? Okay, yeah. Discovered in Electro 2B by Valentina and Valerie Iannis. They were hyperactive during questioning. And being hyperactive. I mean... Well, maybe they weren't nervous, maybe they were just excited that she's dead. Because that was like... Well, Bellwether was probably their biggest problem. Why is Wallace a suspect? We've already told the Inquisition this, but Wallace was with us the entire time. He has a perfect alibi.
Strong, maybe, but his alibi is far from perfect. Miss McCoy herself told us that. There was a small time period when she wasn't with him.
What?
Right. It was after we came to check on you when you knocked over that shelf. We got separated and I kind of got lost in the fiction section. She found an early release copy of Deaths at Daggerfall. We binge read it for over an hour.
Oh. Darn it, Celeste.
Don't rat me out to him. He's my boss. Nonsense. They're well-written books. No one would fault you for that.
I mean, I might fault her for that.
Wait, you read them too?
Did we just become best friends?
Yes, but... What did you think about the ending of The Uncrowned?
Celeste?
I found the cliffhanger to be needlessly unsatisfying. They're stringing the readers along to sell more copies of the sequel. Oh, come on. Anticipation just makes each new book that much more fulfilling.
Celeste.
I eat brunch with the author occasionally. The fame has clearly gotten to her head. She's clearly just dragging her feet to raise profits. You eat brunch with Altheris Duskweaver?
I cleared my throat. Everyone, we're all supposed to be working right now.
You're such a killjoy sometimes. No, he's right. I don't know what got into me. Well, after this case is over, I'm tagging along for brunch with you. What? Hey, you tried to convict me for murdering my dad. You owe me, Steelwind. I suppose you have a point.
Alright, nothing new there. Hey, so... You have to point index finger at target. So, like, there's still... Right. He was possibly gone for like an hour, so he could have gone and then pew pew, and then she die. Hmm. Died at 2:01 p.m. Arcane constructs. Can I ask you more about the autopsy? As a mage from a noble house, you must have gone to school here. Did you know Catherine Bellwether while you were here? I unfortunately did. I constantly clashed with her over her treatment of the commoners here. One of my biggest regrets is failing to remove her from her position before I graduated. But she was a friend of House Frege. There wasn't much I could do against that. It sounded like many people didn't get along with the professor. I would say more, but it's all in the past, and I'm not one to speak ill of the dead. Okay. Hey, do you know anything about this Eris Ilmater? What do you think about this, Steelwind?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't say much about that.
Okay. Fair enough. It was a long shot. I'll ask again about Bellwether. No, okay, it's just the same thing. Okay, what about Wallace? Okay, she doesn't really have anything to say about that. Oops. That was an accident, but hey, have you seen my runestone? Oh wait, what did she say there? Okay. Controller? Really? Okay, my continue button is not working again. And I can't click. Nope, that just takes me to that screen. Help! The only way I can advance the text is auto. Okay. Oh, right. She said about they have other uses. Okay, well, let me reload the game. Remember that happened before as well. Did it break? Yeah. My next button stopped working. Okay. I can go to the dungeon, the hallway, the kitchen, headmaster's office. So many places to go. Back to the foyer. Go to the places I've already been, see if anything new happened there. Doesn't look like it. Oops. Hallway. Nothing new here. Alright, let's go to the dungeon. Is Wallace available yet? I guess not? Yeah. Detect magic.
Arcanum.
Nothing. Okay. Well, yeah, can I do that in the other places? No, I can't do it here. Oh, wait, no. I have to examine first. Right.
Arcanum.
Alright, nothing here. Foyer.
Arcanum.
Nothing here. Okay. Let's go to the office before the kitchen. I followed the map that Steelwind gave us, arriving at the headmaster's office. Oh, hello there. I wasn't expecting guests today. An elderly man rose to greet us, his hand trembling as he walked toward us with the support of his cane. His face was wrinkled, but his eyes were sharp. His expression held the wisdom of a life long lived. I recognized his voice. He was the one who made those announcements during the lockdown. Sorry for coming unannounced. You must be... My name is Theodore Redmond. I'm the headmaster of the Wyvern Guard Imperial Academy. Headmaster, age 88. The elderly headmaster of the Wyvern Guard Imperial Academy. He appears to be close to Wallace and facilitated his studies in necromancy. Oh. Do we have suspect number 2? Is it the headmaster? And judging from your appearance, you must be the protege of Ruby Timora. To what do I owe the pleasure? Excuse me, Eris? What are you doing here? I thought you went with Wallace.
They must be here to investigate the murder.
Wait, Eris? I thought you went to see Wallace. Yeah, exactly.
Unfortunately, the Inquisition is questioning him right now. They aren't allowing visitors.
Alright, makes sense.
He must be so scared right now. I hope he's okay.
Right. She had the same experience not too long ago. I can't believe this is happening. Why in the Lord's name did they arrest Wallace? His arcane art is illusion. I mean, if you use one arcane art, means you can't use one from another school, right? Unless you're a dragon. Oh, it doesn't work that way? I mean, I figured since it went through bloodlines... I don't know if that's been really very well explained at this point. Just the one they're most proficient in. Okay. Yeah, not very well explained. Well, let me look around the room. A painting of a mage, but he doesn't quite look like a noble. Oh, that's Jason Steelwind, one of the chosen mages of the Scaled Lord.
Wait, Steelwind? As in...
Yes, he's the earliest recorded ancestor of House Steelwind. Legends say that the Scaled Lord bestowed his power upon him and his allies to create the first mages.
Wow. It's hard to even tell that he and the prosecutor belong to the same bloodline.
As with all noble houses, House Steelwind has quite humble beginnings.
If only they remember where they came from.
As well as the rest of them would be the one to implicate him, not on purpose. Yeah. Yeah. Although I am a little suspicious still because Eris is with him. And since Eris probably knows what Tyrion's ability is, she could caution the headmaster. Like, if they're working together, she could caution the headmaster to act surprised. But, I don't know. It's a very small suspicion, but it's a possibility. A small table for guests. Is that wine? No, actually, it's just apple juice. Most of my guests are students, after all. I mean, he seems like a nice old man, but you never know. There's a window with a view of a garden. The headmaster has a nice view from up here. The painting of someone. He looks like some sort of professor. That's Professor Lucas Gilbert. He was an instructor here many decades ago. He was quite the accomplished scholar, and well beloved by the students here. And this was all despite his lack of magical ability.
Oh. He studied magic without actually being able to use it?
Yes, he was quite remarkable. Unfortunately, we lost him to illness very early in his career.
There's a fireplace with some burning wood. It looks pretty cozy. It's a fancy-looking chandelier. That it is.
Okay, but have I shown you my runestone? Ah, a runestone. You have one too?
It's one specifically created for attorneys. It lets me take pictures of evidence in crime scenes.
Look, isn't it so cool? I never really understood the appeal of those contraptions.
Really? They're really convenient.
I just could never wrap my head around how to use them. They're just not for me.
Huh.
Alright. Talk about the murder. This is terrible. To think that one of my prized students would be accused of murder.
We heard your voice on the intercom when the lockdown happened. Are you the one who triggered it?
Yes. I activated it when I received the call from Valentina. He reported that Professor Bellwether was collapsed and unresponsive.
Headmaster's actions.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Well, Activated the Academy's lockdown system in response to receiving a call from security. This call reported that Catherine Bellwether had been fatally wounded. So, I guess it's pretty sure that she's gonna die from that. What do you mean by fatally wounded?
Otherwise, like, if they weren't sure that she was gonna die from that, then by locking the area, nobody would be able to get in and help her. So depends on how exactly they mean that. Like, sometimes fatally wounded means that the wound will kill the person, but not that it has yet. Like, if it's not treated, it'll kill them. And sometimes it just means they died. Or they're about to die. I don't know. Collapsed, unresponsive, and full blood. Probably no pulse. Yeah. I guess I won't think too hard about that one. I'll let that pass by for now. How does the lockdown system work? It's an artificery network that's built into the walls of the entire academy. In the event of an emergency, I can activate it using this stone. The headmaster pulled out a glowing stone from his desk. I could hear the hum of magical energy emanating from it. Once activated, the system creates magical barriers throughout the building. It's designed to contain and protect each room in the building. Would a powerful mage breach any of these barriers? I doubt it. The barriers can withstand a great amount of force. Celeste be like, you know, now I want to try it. They even block mages from teleporting through them. And once activated, even I can't turn it off for an hour. Wait, so they were waiting for an hour? I didn't think it was that long. It seemed like just a few minutes. Totally see her having that thought. I mean, she apparently has destroyed castle gates. Or wall gates, I don't know. City gates? City gates, I think. Once activated, creates magical barriers. Can't be breached with physical or magical force. I also block mages from teleporting through them. Wallace Nightgrave. What can you tell me about Wallace? Really? Okay, my next button broke again. Yup. Earlier you said he was one of your prized students. We also heard that he's a necromancer. Yeah, so now I'm controlling this through very precise use of the auto button. I just need to understand if that's really true. You are correct. Young Wallace is a necromancer.
What? But why would he study something like that?
Necromancy is probably one of the most dangerous and most scrutinized schools of magic. Its image has been tainted by myths of dark wizards raising armies of the undead. However, it doesn't just control the forces of death. It can also control the forces of life. Forces of life? The truth is that healing magic is also classified as necromancy. Oh. Well, that's an interesting system. Most healers don't care to admit it because of the stigma it has, but that's why Wallace is studying it. Okay, so does he know Drain Touch or whatever? He wishes to become a doctor.
But there are plenty of mages who know healing magic. Why is Wallace being singled out?
For years, he's been studying necromancy beyond the basic healing spells. He believes that high-level necromancy could revolutionize modern medicine. Unfortunately, many among the faculty don't see it that way. Huh. Alright, so he probably does know Drain Touch. Or whatever it was called. It seemed to never bug like that. I don't know. It could be something like with my controller? Well, but then the mouse, I can't even continue with the mouse or keyboard. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just a PC thing. Technology is a fickle mistress. Wallace doesn't hail from any of the noble houses. He was abandoned by his parents at an orphanage, presumably to avoid a scandal.
He's like me.
Many of the faculty fear that he'll use his knowledge to raise armies of undead, just like the necromancers of fiction. The Imperial Academy isn't even permitted to teach it to students beyond basic healing magic. Jack, it do be like that. Oh yeah, I've gotten so many updates over the past few days for this game. Just small patches here and there. And why did you allow him to study it? After everything that has happened to him, I made an exception, even if I was breaking the law.
What happened to him?
I'm not at liberty to say more. Okay. Let me reload the game. Okay. Wallace's Spell Compendium.
If you plan on defending Wallace, will you need his spell compendium?
Yes, having a client's compendium is instrumental to acquitting them.
You may find that a bit difficult. After a certain incident, he destroyed his compendium.
Excuse me? Okay, so I guess the compendium isn't... Wait, how did he destroy his compendium? But yeah, I guess you don't have to have a compendium to know magic. It just records what you do know. Legal thing. What? Why would he do that? Doesn't he need it to cast his magic?
A spell compendium is a device we use to keep track of what spells we can cast. It's really convenient for remembering the formulas and incantations of my spells, but it's not actually required to use magic.
Yeah, okay.
I thought of getting rid of mine a long time ago, but they're really expensive.
Well, it's good you didn't get rid of that, because we sort of needed that in that trial.
Luckily, I have an unattuned spell compendium right here. I'd be more than happy to give it to you if it helps Wallace.
Oh, thanks.
Wallace just needs to maintain physical contact with it for 10 minutes. After that, the compendium will attune to his magic and update in real time. Just make sure that you don't let another mage like Celeste hold it. Once it attunes to a mage, no one else can use it.
Oh. She rewrote things again. Theodora's like, wait, how'd you get that? Or something? Wonderful. I just hope you can persuade Wallace to attune to it. Unattuned spell compendium. If a mage keeps this on their person for 10 minutes, it will attune to their magic and display what spells they can cast. Once it attunes to a person, it can't attune to anyone else. He was holding it just now? That is true. I feel like she's gotta be a dragon. Catherine Bellwether. What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? Nothing kind, I can tell you that much. Dang, even the headmaster hates her. Wow, that was a whole mess of emotions. Truth be told, she was rather unpleasant to work with. Can you think of any enemies she might have had? Oh, you can probably think of a few hundred. Yeah.
You might as well list anyone who didn't hail from the Four Pillar families.
Eris.
It's best not to beat around the bush with these sort of things. As I'm sure you saw this morning, Asphalt was probably less abrasive than her personality.
Damn. She right, though.
Many people in this school did not care for her.
Maybe she wasn't the nicest person, but would that really be enough to motivate someone to murder her?
She'd often target and harass students, especially those who were commoners. She even made a habit of expelling those students for the smallest infractions. For commoners, magic can be our ticket out of poverty. I can't imagine how it'd feel to have that opportunity unfairly ripped away from you. She was akin to a grim reaper, hanging over the student body, waiting to steal away their futures.
You look so happy when you say that.
The human psyche can only be pushed so far.
What about her relationship with the faculty? In some cases, it was worse than it was with the students. She'd often treat the staff like her personal servants. I received many complaints from them about her behavior, but I was powerless to stop her.
But how? I thought you were the headmaster.
He's a close friend of the Duke of Finance. He's used her position to curry favor with the noble houses over the years. As you can imagine, the Academy's board is controlled by the nobility. If I ever tried to remove her, there would be dire consequences. Tense relation with just about everyone in the Academy. History of bullying students from the common folk, mistreating the Academy staff. Yep, okay. So, what'd you talk about? I heard that you had a meeting scheduled with Professor Bellwether this morning. What time was this? And when did the meeting end? Our meeting was scheduled for noon. We arrived on time, and our meeting lasted until 1 p.m. Did anything seem off about her to you? Oh. No, she seemed to be her usual self. Her usual insufferable self. If you don't mind me asking, what was the purpose of your meeting? We met to discuss routine administrative matters. Despite our personal disagreements, we knew to stay civil when discussing professional affairs. But to be perfectly honest, it did always feel like I was treading on eggshells when speaking with her. But you were her superior, weren't you? Didn't she respect your authority? Respect my authority! We had many arguments about how I was managing the Imperial Academy, and she was very vocal about her distaste for students accepted through my scholarship program. She was difficult, to say the least. Okay. Let me ask you about necrotic blight. Yeah, that is not drain touch, that is something totally different, but it works the same way. Anyway. Can you tell me about this? My apologies. I've learned a lot in my years, but I can't say much about that. Okay. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I should present him with the people. I haven't gone to the kitchen yet. Hey, do you have anything to say about this unattuned spell compendium? Nope. Okay. Let me just ask you about your actions again. No. Okay, nothing about that. Hey, so why is Eris here? Did you know? Eris is one of our top students in the study of illusion magic.
Thank you, Headmaster. I appreciate your praise.
Why do you study illusion magic, Eris? Oh, so maybe that is illusion magic, like a very high illusion magic. Maybe it doesn't rewrite reality, perhaps, but if it rewrites everybody's memories for the past few seconds, that would probably work the same way. I could see that being a school of illusion magic. Brainwashing.
Oh, no particular reason. I just happen to have an affinity for it. It's also quite enjoyable to use my magic to deceive people.
You're just coming straight out and saying that? Alright. I guess she did enjoy startling me. Whoops. Wait, have you seen my runestone? Tell me more about yourself. How long have you been headmaster of the Imperial Academy, Mr. Redmond? For as long as I can remember. I've dedicated my life to nurturing the knowledge and growth of young mages, and I hope to do so for many more years. I've come this far. Oh? Well, that's suspicious right there. His thoughts didn't match with what he was saying. What do you think about Arya Steelwind? Have you met the prosecutor, Mr. Redmond? I am already well acquainted with her. She was once a student here. Oh, right. She is a noble.
What was she like when she attended school here?
She was quite the overachiever. She was elected student council president during her first year in the general Arcane track. Dang. Yeah, I could see that. That's definitely an Arya thing.
Ah, he would be one of those students.
I do miss those days. Working so hard to escape from Beatrice's shadow. Beatrice? Beatrice. Oh yeah, I can only see the evidence from this.
Has Beatrice been mentioned?
I feel like I recall Beatrice being mentioned, but I could just be mixed up with some other story. Beatrice is a very common name. Okay, maybe I'm just mixed up a little bit. The lockdown system. Can you tell me more about the lockdown system? Yeah. There's one Beatrice we all know. No, he can't say much about the lockdown system. Okay. Tell me more about arcane constructs. Nothing? Okay. I figured he'd have something to say about the arcane constructs. I mean, he does have the highest authority over them. Okay. I guess that's it for here. Check the dungeons. Yep, nothing here. Alright, let's go to the kitchen.
Hello? Is anyone there? Be right there. Sorry, but the cafeteria is closed right now.
Actually, we're here to investigate what happened to Catherine Bellwether. We heard that 2 members of the kitchen staff discovered the body. Her posture tensed at the mention of Bellwether.
Oh. That would be me. I'm Valentina.
Okay, yep. Seems to be on edge due to Bellwether's murder. She was the head chef of the kitchen? She was close to my age. I knew how picky nobles were, and I'd imagined their children would be worse. If her cooking fit their standards, that was impressive in and of itself. So how about your sister? Do you know where she is right now? I'd like to get her statement too.
Oh. She's somewhere else on campus right now. If you're with those knights, we've already told them everything we know.
Actually, we're investigating separately from them. I wanted to ask you some questions about what you saw.
Sure. I'm going to have to remember. There were so many details.
So many details. What was that just now? What indeed? I wanted to take a look around the kitchen, but Valentina seemed a little anxious. Snooping around might scare her off. Need to talk before examining the kitchen. Okay. Badge, oh yeah. Hey, did you see my badge? I got this really neat badge. It means that I'm an attorney.
Scaled Lord, he's got a thing!
Oh no, he's got a thing! It's an attorney's runestone. It proves that I'm a certified attorney. It's fitted with artificery. I can use it to take pictures of evidence in crime scenes.
Pictures? I do not consent to having my picture taken. You are legally not allowed to.
I wasn't planning to.
Tyrion, just put it away.
But it's so cool. Why don't you like my runestone? Alright, what did you see?
Could you tell us what happened when you and your sister discovered the body? Right. My sister and I were heading to the west exit. We saw the professor in a nearby classroom. He was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Really scared me seeing her like that.
Oh? Okay.
I used an emergency communication device to call for help. While I was doing that, my sister tried to wake her up. That is what happened.
Was the professor still alive?
I don't know, but she wasn't breathing, and she didn't have a pulse.
She was less tense, which might imply that she was telling the truth. It's possible that the attack happened well before they discovered the body. Wallace Nightgrave? What do you know about the suspect in this case? His name is Wallace Nightgrave. He's a student here.
He's that scary necromancer, right? The one that makes zombies?
Those are just rumors. He wants to be a doctor.
But he studies necromancy.
Have you ever actually gotten to know him?
No, but I've heard the rumors. He's always hanging around the cemetery. Sure, he's just biding his time, waiting for his chance to raise an army.
It couldn't be helped that people thought of him that way. I still wasn't sure what to make of all this. Alright, Catherine Bellwether. What can you tell me about the person you hate the most in this world?
Nothing good, if that's what you're looking for.
Yet another set of negative emotions.
Just tell us the truth.
I don't think we've talked to anyone who had nice things to say about her.
Yeah, he was a horrible person. He was really terrible to everyone.
Did that include the Academy staff?
She always treated us like her personal servants. Sometimes she'd make messes on purpose, just so she could order us to clean it up. I thought the kids from the noble houses were bad, but she was something else. She acted like she owned the place, but she wasn't even from a noble family. The only reason why she had any power was because her friends on the school board. Just hope we can keep our jobs.
Interesting. Why would she be worried about that? Keeping your jobs. Did you ever feel like your job was at risk because of Bellwether?
Why would you say that?
It was just a hunch.
Yeah? Well, you're wrong. I, for one, plan to work here until the day I die.
She was clearly lying, but maybe it would be best to keep that to myself for now. Actually, hold on. I haven't viewed this yet very well. Okay, so it was... Wait, was it 2B or 2D? Anyway, that doesn't really matter. Okay. The library, the kitchen, cafeteria, headmaster's office. The kitchen's a little closer. Is there anything else I could show you? What do you think about these arcane constructs? Don't have much to say about that? Okay. Maybe the bloodstain or the autopsy report. What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, same conversation. Hey, do you know Eris? Do you know Eris Ilmater? He's even scarier than that Necromancer. What? I've heard rumors about her, you know. People who start talking to her end up missing or worse. I feel it every time I'm around her. Something about her that fills me with dread. Have you actually spoken to her before? She's a nice person. Tyrion, please. No, thanks. I'm good. Hey, do you know anything about necrotic blight? Nope. No. What do you think about Theodore? Yeah, what can you tell me about the headmaster? Oh, he's a really nice person. We would have never gotten a job here if it weren't for him. Really? Yeah, he has connections with the local community center. He hires people from the common folk there to work at the academy. Okay. What about this foul-smelling classroom? Why were you even in lecture hall 2B? It was supposed to be closed off. Why would you go there in the first place? That's suspicious. What can you tell me about this, Miss Yanis? You don't have much to say about that? Okay. Nothing to say. Nothing to say about the bloodstain. Alright. Examine. Celeste, this room was close to the crime scene. Could you cast Detect Magic and scan for magical traces? Door open, is all Bellwether there? I guess that could be? Sure. Did he just say scan for magical traces? Oh, I'll just get out of your way then. Before we could even acknowledge her, Valentina broke out into a sprint and fled from the kitchen. Wow, he can run pretty fast. What was that about? Yeah, I think we ought to detect magic around her. That would be great. There's a barrel full of some sort of drink.
I wonder.
It's probably not lotus juice, Celeste. Oh, it's a plate of bread. They probably serve these as sides to the entrees.
Don't get any ideas, Tyrion.
What?
Remember when we went to that fancy restaurant? You just kept ordering breadsticks and butter.
He's so real for that. The bread is free. I might as well take advantage of it. Beautiful, 10 out of 10.
You know, eating that many carbs isn't good for you.
Not as if I'm gaining any weight.
Weird. I've never had that problem either.
Several commonly used ingredients were close to the cooking area. There's a rack of cooking implements hanging from the wall. There is a set of pots for cooking soups and the like. There's a large sack of produce in the corner. There was some wine there, too. It must be for cooking. Or the professors. They must have served the students meals on these plates. It was a shame they had to close the kitchen due to the investigation. There's a large cooking station here. They must have prepared the meals in bulk here. Alright, detect magic.
Preparing Arcanum.
Nothing? Okay. Well, now what? Back to the classroom? Oh, you know what? I never detected magic in Headmaster's office. I mean, I don't know if that would do any good, but...
Preparing Arcanum.
Nope. Nothing. So... now what? Oh! Okay, the hallway. I spotted Valentina again. She was speaking to someone in a blue-collar uniform. I'd only met her briefly in the kitchen, but there was something different about her posture. Wait a minute. Is that Valentina or is that Valerie? Oh. And then there was the man in the uniform. Could he be the custodian that she mentioned? As I approached, I noticed he was slouched over. He barely looked awake. Even while speaking to Valentina, he was sweeping the floor. However, his movements looked robotic. He was just going through the motions without any awareness. Jan, I know you're tired, but we really need you to fix the plumbing in the kitchen sinks. Someone just died. Can't we take the day off for once?
I'm sorry, but Valentina and I still need to cook for the students.
Yeah, that's Valerie. Wait, why was Valentina suddenly speaking in the third person?
Oh? Hello?
Valentina?
Oh, my apologies. I'm not Valentina. I'm her sister, Valerie.
Works alongside her sister, softer spoken when compared to her sister, but also seems to be on edge due to Bellwether's murder.
Are you trying to trick us or something? You look exactly the same.
Celeste, have you never heard of twins? 19? Yeah, they're pretty young. I remembered reading about something like this before. You two are identical twins, aren't you?
Yes, that's correct.
Wait, this meant that she was the one who discovered the body alongside Valentina. Since we have you here, do you mind if I ask you some questions about what happened?
I'm terribly sorry. But I've already spent a lot of time looking for Jan here. I'm really behind on my work. But Jan was also nearby when we discovered the body. I'm sure he can answer your questions.
Before I had a chance to object, Valerie quickly walked away. Wait. You want me to go after her? I'm pretty sure I can catch up to her. No, we don't want to scare those two more than we already have. Anyways, Valerie said that Jan was nearby when the murder happened. Maybe he saw something they didn't. Custodian who works at the Imperial Academy looks exhausted. Looks like he's struggling just to stay awake whenever I talk to him. Jan, was it? Do you mind if we ask you some questions about what happened? Really? Well, whatever. At least I have an excuse to take a break now.
Preparing Arcanum.
Nothing. Need to detect magic on those two sisters. Oh, right. By the way, have you seen this really cool runestone that I have? It means I'm an attorney. Very shiny and I love it. What's that thing? Is it a rock? It's an attorney's runestone. It proves that I'm a certified attorney. Fitted with artificer, and he's falling asleep. I can use it to take pictures of evidence in crime scenes. Jan? Oh, sorry. I dozed off there for a second. Rip Tyrion. Bro's so happy with his runestone showing everybody. This guy just falls asleep. So, Jan, are you part of the staff here? Yep, I'm a janitor. I clean. I do odd jobs here and there. Well, apparently that's all you had to say about that. A murder. Valerie mentioned that you were close to Lecture Hall 2B before they found Bellwether. What were you doing when the twins discovered the body? I was cleaning the halls. Bellwether knocked over a vase. There were shards and dirt everywhere. Wait, you saw the professor before the twins arrived? Yeah, like I said, she broke the vase right in this hallway. It's probably 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body. You might have been the last person to see her alive. Did you see where she went after breaking the vase? Yeah, I think she went into that room over there. Dan pointed toward lecture hall 2B. Did you see anyone else enter the lecture hall? I'm honestly not sure. I was more worried about cleaning up the mess she made. Well, did you notice anything off about her? She was in a pretty bad mood. But honestly, that's pretty normal for her. She was walking really slowly. I didn't notice her at first. She basically shoved me out of the way. After that, she knocked over that vase. Then she yelled at me to be quiet. I didn't even say anything. Walking slowly, knocked over a vase, yelled to be quiet, but it's already quiet. She must have either been under the effects of some kind of poison or spell. I don't know, that's pretty sus. The autopsy said she wasn't killed by poison. But I almost wonder if it's something that could have gone through her system already, or broke down into something else. But it could be a spell. Quite possibly an illusion spell. Something to make her disoriented. Okay. 30 minutes before the Annis twins found the body, Bellwether walked past Jan in the West Wing hallway. He was in her path, so she shoved him out of her way. After that, she knocked over a vase and shattered it. Even though Jan didn't say anything to her, she still yelled at him to be quiet. After this interaction, she walked into Lecture Hall 2B. Okay, tell me more about Catherine Bellwether. What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? I've heard that she has a pretty bad relationship with the staff. She had a bad relationship with everyone. Students, the other teachers. I can't think of many people who actually did get along with her. I'm sure you had your own share of bad experiences with her. Yeah. She'd always yell at me whenever I dozed off. I hate to say it, but things are a lot more peaceful around here without her. That was blunt, to say the least. From what I'd heard from everyone else, I couldn't exactly blame him for thinking that. Well, I have to wonder why this guy's tired all the time. Like, does he just not get enough sleep? Is that a normal thing, or...? Yeah, firing the academy staff. Valentina mentioned something interesting. He seems to think that Bellwether was putting her job at risk. Oh, yeah. Bellwether was putting all of our jobs at risk. What made you think that? You know those arcane constructs in the library? Bellwether was the one who put them there.
Oh yeah, it's so cool.
A few weeks ago, I peeked in on a meeting she was having with Theodore. Apparently, the school board was planning to replace the staff with them. Bruh. This is some kind of classic plan to save money. My. Oh. Well, I'm sure the headmaster rejected her proposal. Oh, no. From the way she was talking, it sounded like he didn't have any say in the matter. But only the headmaster should have the authority to fire the staff. Why would she be that confident? I don't know. All I know is that she hated having commoners on campus. She was really miffed when Theodore started hiring common folk from the community center. Planning to fire all the Academy staff, replace them with arcane constructs. Overheard a few weeks ago. Okay. Thank you for answering our questions, Jan. Sure, anytime. What's wrong? We still don't have any leads on other suspects. It's just a lot of people who saw and or hated Bellwether. Right. If it wasn't Wallace, it still could have been any other mage. The trial's coming up soon. We still don't know why there are traces of necromancy on the body. Come on, don't be like that. You always get to the truth in the end. Celeste, it's only been one time. And after we acquit Wallace, it's going to be a grand total of 2 times. Doesn't matter who tries to stop us. Man, king, or god. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. Okay. I guess we still need to talk to Wallace. Let's head to the dungeons. See? There we go. Tell me more about the Anna sisters. Are you friends with the Iana sisters? Yeah, us commoners gotta stick together after all. Ugh. Oh goodness. Talking like tired guy here is making me start to yawn. I don't know if you got a chance to try it, but their food is amazing. Valerie always saves food for me. I pay that back by washing their dishes when I have time. I guess there's always give and take in a place like this. Yeah, we even shared notes to figure out Bellwether's schedule. That made it a lot easier to avoid her. Our head chef at 19 was really amazing. Yeah. Again, because that's because they fired all the other staff, but yeah, she is apparently really good. Or wait, they say Valerie? Well, isn't Valentina the head chef? Valentina's the really good one. Valerie messes things up occasionally. Yeah. Valerie saves food for Jan. She's nice and everything. But Valentina's the responsible one. I guess. More responsible? I don't know. Construct food, yeah. Yeah, I'm not really sure what Bellwether's plan was going for there. Like, she always nitpicks their food. So... like, are you stupid? Actually, quite possibly, yes. Bellwether was a kind of menace here, wasn't she? Indeed. Probably wouldn't say anything different for Valerie. Tell me about the headmaster. How is working under Headmaster Redmond? It's great. I owe a lot to him for getting me this job. I suppose these things never last. He must be talking about Bellwether's plan to fire the staff. Hey, do you know Eris Ilmater? I don't know. That's not my department. He wasn't being very helpful. Okay. Valerie Hawthorne? What? What's that about? Can you tell me anything about the Academy lockdown system? Nope. Okay. Okay, what about the foul classroom smell? Character for another game? Uh-huh. Are you aware of the foul smell in Lecture Hall 2B? Yeah. Luckily, Arya isn't letting anyone into the lecture hall until the investigation's over. I'll probably have to get to it eventually. Alchemical messes are always such a pain to clean up. I wonder if Arya can help me out like she used to. Wait, do you know Prosecutor Steelwind? And also she used to help him out with janitorial stuff? It's interesting. Yeah, Valerie and Valentina. She went here a few years ago. She'd always help me out using her magic. I miss that. Oh, yeah. What can you tell me about Wallace? Oh, he doesn't know Wallace? Okay. Alright. I think I did this already, but yeah. Alright, but what if I go back to the kitchen? They're not here. Where are they? Lawyer? No? Headmaster's office? No. Alright, well the twins are nowhere to be found right now. I guess I'll go talk to Wallace. As we arrived at the Rathhome dungeons, I spotted Wallace locked in one of the nearby cells. He was lying on the floor, muttering to himself. It's over. My life is over. Wallace? Huh. Who are you? What do you want? Wallace, it's us. Oh, right. How are you doing? Apparently not well. Please tell me you're going to get me out of here. I keep telling them that I didn't do it. They won't listen. I'm sorry, Wallace, but they found traces of necromancy magic on the body. They're convinced that you did this, and they're going to push your case to trial. What? Oh. Are they going to execute me? This can't be happening. The wall's moving. Are they closing in? I can't breathe. Please calm down. Wallace, we know that you're innocent. But those knights think I did this. Are they going to kill me? I've spent my entire life learning how to deal with situations like this. If you let me represent you in court, I can prove that you're innocent. Oh, right. You said that you were a lawyer. But I don't really have any money to pay you with. Don't worry about that. For now, let's just focus on getting you acquitted. What? Do they seriously want to help me? Man, both ends of the emotional spectrum. No, they must want something from me. Well, I guess it doesn't matter anyway. It's not like I have anything else to lose. That wasn't exactly the reaction I was hoping for, but at least he was cooperating. Alright, let's talk about your alibi. I don't understand.
I was with you in the library the entire time. But why do they still think I'm the murderer? Makes no sense unless... You told the Inquisition, right? Did you tell them that I was with you? Was I betrayed? Did they frame me? He backed away from us, a look of suspicion on his face. We did, but they found traces of necromancy on the body. They believe that Bellwether was murdered with a necromancy spell. He seemed to get even more tense, something I didn't think was possible. Eris had mentioned that his studies were something he liked to keep to himself. It would need to be delicate. Necromancy. Wallace, we heard about the type of magic that you're studying. Don't worry. The headmaster explained it to us already. You just want to use necromancy to become a doctor, right? I think what you're doing is really respectable. It's nice to see a dark school of magic being used as a force for good. What? No. Got it all backwards. The Wraithbound, the stupid books. What? For the first time, I saw some genuine rage from him. Real necromancy has always been about healing. Ah, okay. But because of garbage like Wraithbound, the public keeps calling for necromancy to be outlawed. I think calling it garbage may be a bit much. The nobility paid Corin Bloomvale to write stories about evil necromancers. He was such a sellout. Liches are magically impossible, but people still believe that nonsense. That man single-handedly threw the study of necromancy back into the Stone Age. I had to temper myself. He was clearly passionate about this, but I'll admit it stung to hear about him talk about my favorite book like that. Ooh. And he was thinking about filling that book earlier. Rip. Maybe we should talk about something else. Spell Compendium. I understand that you have reservations about talking about your magic. But in order to build a case for you, we'll need to present your spell compendium to the courts. I don't have one. Eris already told us about that. That's why she gave us a blank one for you to attune to. Do I have to? It would be extremely difficult to defend you without your compendium. It's a core piece of evidence. Okay. I'll attune to it. Alright, Wallace's spell compendium contains the formulas for the following spells. Prestidigitation. Oh, okay, that's one I've seen before. Mend Wounds, Illusory Disguise, Revive, Animate Corpse, and Necrotic Blight. Interesting, okay. Okay, Prestidigitation. Create a simple and harmless visual effect around their hand. Concentration. Mend Wounds. Heals the wounds of the target over the casting time. Wounds on the target are magically healed without leaving any scars or bruises. Can't restore missing limbs, nor can it revive someone who's already died. Duration 1 minute. Okay. Illusory Disguise. Duration 1 hour. Gesture none. Concentration no. Places an illusion on the target to completely change their visual appearance. The disguise moves with the target for the duration.
The disguise can make the target look 1 foot larger or smaller. Elements hidden by the spell are made invisible. The elements created by the spell are purely visual. You cannot make physical contact with it. Revive. No gesture, instant concentration. Floods the target with life energy in an attempt to resuscitate them. It does not heal wounds sustained. Results aren't guaranteed. Cannot resuscitate someone who's been dead for more than a minute. Okay. Animate corpse. Duration 8 hours. Reanimates the target using life energy, creating an undead minion for the duration. The minion follows the caster's orders, but its intelligence is limited and it cannot speak. The minion can end the spell prematurely, but will only do so if ordered by the caster. Once the spell is ended, the undead will return to being a dead body. Okay. It couldn't have been an animated corpse because they cannot speak. I understood why he was studying this type of magic, but the spells in his compendium sounded fairly gruesome. It was a little terrifying to know that spells like this even existed. Sorry. A long time ago, I showed my compendium to someone. After she saw my necromancy spells, she told everyone in the academy. That's when Professor Bellwether started coming after me. That must have been difficult for you. After that, I didn't really talk to anyone. What about Eris? Yeah, I guess Eris was there too? Totally not suspicious. Yeah, I guess she was there. It seemed like it was a difficult time for him. No wonder he had so much trouble remembering. Something similar happened to me after I left my hometown. Wallace and Eris. How did you and Eris become friends, anyway? Who is she? There's something off about her. Yes. There was another hint of fear from her. Oh. Sometimes the other students would steal the ID number off my locker and switch it with another student's. They thought it was funny whenever that student got angry with me. Eris had a bit of a reputation around our school. Everyone was scared of her, even the students from the nobility. Probably due to some baseless rumors. One day, someone switched my ID number with hers. I was so scared when she came up to me. I couldn't even say anything. But she didn't get angry like the others. She just apologized and gave me back my nameplate. After that, she started talking to me whenever she saw me. Necromancy. So, I have to ask, if it's caused you so much trouble, why are you still studying necromancy? I want to become a doctor. The headmaster told us the same thing. But why are you learning spells that can steal people's life force and raise the undead? Life and death are two sides of the same coin. That's the key principle behind necromancy. The first undead was actually a failed attempt to resurrect a human using magic. Right now, necromancy can only heal injuries and wounds, but it can't do anything for diseases or deformities. If I could just keep studying, I know I can develop necromancy beyond that. I might even be able to create spells that can cure terminal diseases. Alright. I think I can already guess, but how was your relationship with Catherine Bellwether?
After word got out about my spells, Professor Bellwether would always find reasons to punish me. He'd start yelling at me for even the smallest mistakes. It was pretty obvious she had it out for the students who didn't come from noble families. That's terrible. I'd wake up each day scared that she'd notice me in the hallways. I knew how to avoid her and stay out of her way. Sometimes she'd get bored and come looking for me. I can't believe that after everything she did, he's just gone. I'm sure you have mixed feelings about what happened, or mixed emotions about what happened. I honestly don't know how I feel about it. To be honest, I always wished she would just disappear. Now that it's finally happened, I just feel even more scared. Feels like she's going to come back as a ghost to haunt me. I think I'm starting to put things together now. Have you figured something out? Yeah. I need a moment to think everything through. Huh? The prosecution wants to implicate Wallace despite his alibi. They wouldn't have a reason to do this unless the evidence heavily implicated him. Spin the chessboard music. How does the evidence implicate Wallace? We've learned that Wallace is a necromancer, and he's the only person at the Academy that's capable of high-level necromancy. Oh, how does the evidence implicate Wallace? Speed. Magical trace of necromancy was found on the body. There's a trace of necromancy on the body. This means they think Wallace used one of his necromancy spells. Even without seeing the traces, it's pretty obvious that magic was used on the body. Right, there aren't any wounds on it. Okay, so we're confirming that there's no wounds. Alright, so let me think. I was thinking there was a stab wound because when we first saw the lines on the floor and the blood stain, Tyrion said something about, was she stabbed in the midsection or something? But I guess that was never confirmed. So that might be a red herring. In that case, where did all the blood come from? Is that blood? I don't know if it was confirmed that it was blood. Well, if she was stabbed... Oh, hold up. Alright, I'm putting together a theory. I still want to know how he got rid of his spell compendium, how Wallace got rid of his spell compendium. So, pretty sure Wallace isn't the murderer. One of the other spells in his book is the healing spell that you have to place your hand on the body for a minute. So, she could have been stabbed. There could have been a stab wound. The traces of necromancy on the body
Well, are they sure it was Drain Touch? No, they just thought it, they thought it was the Drain thing. I don't think they can tell what the actual spell used was, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. But if Necromancy also heals, then the traces of Necromancy could be the healing spell. And the only person that would have done that... Valerie. I think it was Valerie. I think Valerie's the one that interacted with the body. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back over their statements. So what if Wallace never completely destroyed his spell compendium? What if he just got rid of it, or it wasn't completely destroyed, and somebody else found it? The autopsy report found no signs of poison or disease. What spell do they think Wallace used? Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're the murderers, but they could have influenced the crime scene. If I know Prosecutor Steelwind, she probably already has a theory on which spell he might have used. The prosecution will probably argue that Wallace used one of his spells to kill Bellwether. They think he used Necrotic Blight. They'll probably say he used Necrotic Blight. That makes sense. Necrotic Blight would have drained the life force from her body. Bloodstain under the body. Yeah, it's strange because she wouldn't have been wounded by Necrotic Blight. But that's where the contradiction lies. Let's suppose that Wallace did kill Bellwether using Necrotic Blight. There's something at the crime scene that wouldn't be there if that were true. What is wrong with the crime scene? Bellwether's body was covered in blood? Okay. Why was it skipping that? Okay. Alright. Get some strings. Necrotic Blight is a spell that doesn't inflict any visible wounds. But if that's true, there shouldn't have been any blood at the scene. But then what really happened? That's the last piece. If I had to guess, the information we need is being hidden by one of the witnesses who discovered the body. Valentina. She's definitely hiding something. Did you notice how she reacted when I asked you to scan the room? Yeah, she ran away. She didn't even try to be subtle about it. With the way she reacted, I think she may have been trying to hide herself from your detect magic. Which can only mean that there's a magical trace on her. I wonder what she's trying to hide. There's only one way to find out. The next time you see her, can you cast Detect Magic from afar and scan her? Alright. It's been a while since we talked to her. Valerie also mentioned that they still had work to do today. She might be back in the Academy's kitchen now. Okay. Oops. Okay, anything new here?
Preparing Arcanum.
Show badge? Oh, I don't think I did. Ermagerd, have you seen my cool badge? It's so cool, you should see it. What's this? Is it some kind of artificery? It's an attorney's runestone. It proves that I'm a certified attorney. Fitted with artificery. I can use it to take pictures of evidence in crime scenes. Oh, I've seen some of the richer students using things like this. I love Celeste so much.
I'm sorry about him. He shows that thing to everyone.
I just think it's neat. Oh, these goofballs. I love them. Hey, can you tell me more about arcane constructs? Can't tell me much about that. Okay. Tell me about the twins. Do you know the twins who work in the academy kitchen? Not personally. I only ever saw them when I went to get food in the cafeteria. But I could tell that they were both scared of me, too. They always did their best to avoid talking to me. Sometimes they'd give me extra food. The janitor? You know, I just realized it's Jan the janitor. It'd be really funny if his last name was Etor. Jan Etor. I did ask about Eris already, but let's ask again. You seem to be good friends with Eris, despite your reputation. Yeah, I have no idea why she spends time with me. Sorry, I wasn't trying to imply... No, I get it. But it sounds like everyone at the academy is scared of her, too. Maybe she understands your situation better than anyone. Good recovery, Tyrion. Maybe. Anything about the foul smell? Nope. Okay. What do you even use prestidigitation for? Nope. Okay, he's not gonna tell me about that. Tell me about mend wounds, because I'm pretty sure that it has played a pretty big part in this case. Nope. Okay. Why do you have a disguise? Not gonna tell me about that? Alright. Tell me about yourself? I've met a lot of mages in my time, but I've never met a necromancer before. Yeah, and you're not exactly what I was expecting. Sorry for disappointing you. That's not what I meant. Yeah, I should definitely ask about the headmaster. There he is. You seem to have a good relationship with the headmaster. He said that you were one of his star students. Really? He said that? The only reason why I'm even allowed to attend the academy is because of him. What do you mean? He's running a scholarship program for mages born outside of noble houses. Usually only nobles can afford to attend the Imperial Academy, but he's allowed mages born through the common folk to enroll there for free. Okay. I figured he would have something more to say, because if the headmaster is giving him books on necromancy, they probably have a closer relationship than just that. But I mean, I guess he doesn't really know what all we're familiar with, and that the headmaster already told us about that. So maybe he just doesn't want to get the headmaster in trouble. Okay. Well, let's go back to the kitchen.
Those two are finally gone. I can finally get some cleaning done.
We approached the kitchen from afar, making sure that Valentina wouldn't spot us. Yeah, we're finally gone, right? We were pretty far away, but Celeste has the eyes of a hawk. It must have been a skill she picked up from her days as a mercenary. There she is, Celeste. Right. Just don't shout that incantation like you always do.
I know that. Imperio Arcanum. What the?
What is it?
There's a trace of magic on her.
I knew it. Which school of magic is it?
It's necromancy. There's a trace of necromancy on her.
What? Yeah, Valentina has a magical trace of necromancy on her. Someone cast a necromancy spell on her within the last 48 hours.
Is she going to be okay? What if the real killer cursed her or something?
I still wasn't sure how this fit with everything, but if she was in danger, we were obligated to tell her. Oh, you pure-hearted souls. For now, let's talk to her and see if she saw who cast that spell on her. If all else fails, we can confront her with the evidence we have.
Oh, it's you two again.
We're back.
Okay, just relax. I just need to repeat what I told them.
He's clearly hiding this. Yeah. I do find that a little bit odd. Like, they definitely felt that she was hiding something. So then, the first thing they think when they see that necromancy magic has been cast on her or something, their first thought is, oh, she might be in danger. Not, oh, she's suspicious. Or even more suspicious, whatever. Like, I mean, they just had the thought that she was suspicious. So, it strikes me as a little odd. Yeah. Unfortunately for her, she had far more troubling matters to worry about. Hey, I forget, did I show you the runestone? It's really cool. He's got a thing! Celeste is just done with my shit. Alright, magic on the body. Miss Yanis, there appears to be traces of necromancy on Bellwether's body.
That's because that necromancer killed her, right?
That's the thing. If that were true, a lot of the evidence we found doesn't make sense. I think someone else cast a spell on the body. She became even more tense than before. Is it possible that you saw someone use magic on Bellwether?
No, definitely not. Down. There's no way they know.
Yeah, actually, I don't think they killed Bellwether. Because there were also traces of illusion magic, and there was the stumbling around beforehand. I think they did help to cover it up, though. Her thoughts were an open book now. If I beat her in an argument, her thoughts might show me what she's hiding. Oh. Alright, let's go. Actually, I should save first. Just in case. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna fail this, but... Okay. There we go. Failing has no consequence, nothing to worry about. Oh, okay. Valentina clearly knew more than she was letting on. She found the body alongside her sister, and she reacted strangely when I mentioned someone may have used magic on the body. What was she hiding? Start an argument. Oh yeah, it's chess time. Miss Yanis, from the very beginning, I've felt like you've been hiding something from us. There's something that you're not telling us about. What are you talking about? My conscience is clear. I told you and the knights everything I know. I got nothing to hide. Testimony was fine. Thought contradicts the evidence. Thought contradicts their claim. Emotions contradict their claim. I'm thinking her emotions contradict their claim. Miss Yanis, it's clear to anyone how nervous you are. I can practically see the fear you're emanating right now. It's clear that you're hiding something from us. Just tell us the truth. Let's say I were hiding something. Which I'm not, by the way. I don't have to tell you anything. Why should I tell you anything? You're not even with those knights. My client is innocent. By withholding your testimony, you're condemning him to a wrongful conviction. You have nothing to lose by telling us what happened. I know you're not the murderer, and I'll make sure you're protected. You've already given your statement to the Inquisition. If the truth comes out, what do you think they'll do when they realize you've lied to them? Yeah, I don't think she cares about Wallace. In fact, she dislikes him. Like, she believes the rumors that he's a dangerous guy. So it's either rationalize or threaten. I mean... I don't know if I could say you've got nothing to lose by telling us what happened. Because I'm pretty sure, at the very least, they helped cover up the murder. Do I play into her fears? And I mean, I don't know for certain that she's not the murderer. Unless you want me to lie. So I'm gonna go with threaten. You've already given your statements to the Inquisition. If the truth comes out, what do you think they'll do when they realize you lied to them? Yep. So who are you protecting, Miss Yanis? You talk a big game, but I bet you can't actually prove anything, can you? He is very fearful, yeah. You keep trying to say that I'm lying to protect someone. I don't know anyone who can use magic. I don't even know any mages, and I definitely didn't see anyone using magic on the body. So Valerie's the one with necromancy? Probably. There we go. Valentina's magical trace. You can't hide the truth from us, Messianus.
What? How do they know?
You said that you've never even seen a necromancy spell before. If that were true, why is there a trace of necromancy on you?
What? There's a trace of necromancy on me? Or on me?
What? She seemed to be genuinely surprised about that. Was she unaware that a spell was cast on her? No. If she didn't know, she wouldn't have avoided Celeste back then. There had to be an explanation for that. Necromancy on you.
This is crazy. Why is there a trace of necromancy on me? That guy cursed me? Am I going to become a zombie?
That was strange. She seemed genuinely worried. Was she really unaware that a spell was cast on her? No. He ran away when Celeste was going to scan the crime scene for magical traces. Why doesn't Valentina know that the spell was necromancy? Okay, maybe the healing spell, the only one they know? Or her sister's hiding something from her? Not a lot of people know that necromancy, or healing magic, is necromancy. The spell cast Bellwether healed her. No, Valentina should have noticed something, someone casting a spell on her. She knows about the spell, she just didn't know it was necromancy. What kind of magic would cause her to think that? Oh, I guess on Valentina. Healed her. Right. Calm down, Messianus. Not all necromancy spells relate to the undead. Healing spells are also from the school of necromancy. Healing spells? Oh, it was from the time she healed that cut. Yeah, okay. So it must be Valerie. Someone healed a cut on her? Was that mage a student here?
Sorry, I just remembered that there's something else I have to do. I'll be right back.
Before we could say anything, she quickly walked out of the room. She seemed to really want to avoid talking about that mage. But why was that?
Hey, we're not done talking to you. Do you want me to just catch her? I'm pretty sure she can't outrun me.
The Inquisition is still patrolling the surrounding areas. They'd probably intervene if we started chasing one of the witnesses.
But we weren't able to learn anything.
Actually, I did learn one thing. She has a friend who cast a healing spell on her.
Really? How did you figure that out?
Good deductive reasoning.
Well, healing magic is also a form of necromancy, right?
I guess that explains why there are magical traces on her. It's a good thing a necromancer isn't actually trying to kill her. Wait a minute. Why were there traces of necromancy on Bellwether's body?
Maybe.
The killer? Well, we don't know if it was the killer. Maybe I'm supposed to assume it is, though? I don't know. But there's a mage. cast a healing spell on Bellwether. That's it. What? This whole time, we've been wondering why there were traces of necromancy on the body. It wasn't because someone attacked Bellwether with a necromancy spell. It was because someone used a necromancy spell to try to heal her. Oh, I get it. It doesn't matter what type of necromancy spell someone uses. Traces from the same school of magic look exactly the same to me. It's not just that. The body clearly bled at some point. As there's blood despite being no wounds on the body. The healing spell closed the wounds on Bellwether's body. What would happen if someone used a healing spell on an injured corpse? It would close all the body's wounds. I feel like that would be an amazing spell for anybody trying to embalm a body. Necromancers would make great funeral directors. In other words, it would remove any cuts or bruises. So that's why they couldn't find any wounds on her. Well, interrogating Valentina may have been a dead end. But at least it helped you figure that out. I'm not so sure that was a dead end. What makes you say that? Why would she go to so much trouble to hide those traces on her? It's too coincidental. The wounds on the body were healed by an unknown person. And the person who found the body is hiding the identity of a healing spell cast on her. What if they're the same person? I doubt she'll give us the opportunity to find out for sure. Yeah, she's definitely onto us. We'd done everything we could for now, and we had plenty of evidence to poke holes in the prosecutor's case. And if that didn't work, we just have to drag Valentina onto the stand and pull the truth out of her. She clearly knew more than she was letting on, and she wouldn't be able to run in a courtroom. I'm telling you, that girl used magic to scan me. Calm down. We don't even know who they are. Didn't you see them, Val? Those two were unreasonably attractive. Unreasonable. Okay. That's the part you catch on to? Okay, but what does that mean? They have to be nobles or something. Commoners don't look that good. Tina, calm down. What if they find out what you did? They can't prove anything. The Inquisition already has our alibi. Alibi? What? Oh, it's just you, Jan. What are you two talking about? We were just talking about those two investigators. They're so weird, right? Like, why are they so attractive? Oh, Valentina. I see. So, I guess Valentina is better at working with her hands, but she's a bit of a ditz mentally. And then Valerie is more, maybe she's more there mentally, but not as good with her hands. Maybe that's the dynamic. Why do you keep mentioning that? Investigators? Oh, you mean that blonde kid and the girl with the sword? They talked to you, didn't they? Yeah, they asked me a bunch of questions. I think they're investigating Bellwether's murder.
What did you tell them?
Oh, not much. I saw Bellwether a bit before you two found the body. I wanted to know if I saw anything.
Did you see anything?
No idea. I just told him about how she shoved me before you two discovered the body. After that, the guy just kept going on about getting to the truth and finding the other suspects.
Scaled Lord.
I think I'm going to be sick. He seemed really interested when I told him Bellwether was going to fire us.
What? Why would you tell him about that?
Oh, it's not as if it makes any difference, right? With Bellwether gone, I'm pretty sure we'll see a few more paychecks before they fire us.
Valentina cursed under her breath. But all... That's probably what they're thinking, too.
Are you okay? You don't look so good.
Just go away, Jan. Don't you have work to do?
Don't remind me.
By the way, I made you lunch. It's on the front counter in the kitchen.
Thanks. You're a lifesaver, Valerie.
They have our motive, Val. They have our motive. They're going to find out what we did. You don't know that. Why did Jen have to go blabbing about Bellwether's plan to those two? And why do you keep making meals for him? He doesn't even do anything. What? I'm just going to come out and say it. I have to run a 2-person kitchen every meal to feed those pampered kids. He just lazes around and complains about his job. He's overworked. Like hell he's overworked. Every time I see him, he's either napping or barely working. Have you been around the campus? Have you ever seen it dirty? No, but... He's the only custodian on staff, and the school board won't let the headmaster hire more. He barely has enough time to sleep. Why do you think he's so tired all the time? Scaled Lord. I'm really sorry. Are we really going to be okay? Everything is going to be fine. We just need to do our best and keep our stories straight. Have you been able to get into the library lately? No. The knights are patrolling around it. I was really hoping we could get one last study session for you before they fire us. Yeah, it's too bad.
Alright. Actually, I think I'm gonna call it here for today. Because I got some cleaning to do. Ugh. Feels like a pretty good stopping point. It's been about 4 hours. I would go later. It's just I need to do some cleaning for tomorrow. We got a dryer coming in, getting delivered tomorrow morning. We gotta make sure everything's clear for that. So... Ugh. Yeah, this is interesting. I mean... Not sure if you feel sorry for them or not. I mean... Honestly, I do feel sorry for them. Bellwether seemed like a pretty bad person. So... I mean, she was making their life very difficult. And this is like their only way to stay off the streets. And this kingdom is pretty unkind against people that don't know magic. Or, well, commoners. Even if they killed Bellwether, like, they shouldn't have done that. But they were sort of pushed to the wall. So I sort of get where they're coming from. But yeah. But I still don't think they killed Bellwether. I mean, it is possible. They were sort of talking like they might have. Or maybe Valerie did. But I don't know. I don't think it was them. Because there's still that probable illusion magic that was making her disoriented before that. There could have been somebody else in that classroom beforehand. Maybe. I don't know. Or anyway, something else might have killed her. And then they just helped cover it up. So either way, they did something wrong, but they seem to have a rough life as well, so I can't really hate them for it. I do feel a little bad for them. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know the whole story. We'll see. Anyway, I will plan to continue this next Sunday. I don't think anything would stop me from doing that. As far as I know right now. But that's going to be it for today. So, let's see. In the meantime, if anybody's interested in social medias, there's links for Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube there in the chat. Always find those links in the About section. Or under the socials banner. For anybody watching VOD on YouTube, if you're ever interested in watching live, there will be a link in the video description to my Twitch. For this week, the plan is Honkai 3rd tomorrow, as per usual. Get some, well, probably gonna do some Enfield, whatever I need to do. I'm a bit behind on stuff there for the upcoming patch, and I'm just gonna use that day as a freebie. Wild card day, whatever. And then Thursday will be Limbus 9.5, and Friday Trails from Zero. That is the plan. Yeah, get on that grind. Gotta get on that grind. Anyway, thank you all for being here. Hope you all have a great rest of your day, night, whatever, wherever you are. A great rest of your weekend. And I'll see you around. Bye-bye.